Honkai Star Rail. If things would work. Are my shortcuts not working? Yes, they are. It's just Twitch being a piece of shit and it's been heavily delayed. Because I could not see that it was on, whether or not it was on. But anyways, we are back here. Unfortunately, I was able to play this time. Let's just claim everything that we can. Come on, dispatch again. Okay, who's messaging me this time? Oh, Piranha. I'll just go through whatever answers. Although I'm curious. This is true though, it is actually to try and fit in. Sometimes it's just not worth to try and fit in, just be you. Well, most of the time it's better to just be you. Don't worry about it. If you the ERP can wait and you can just focus on the game if you like, in your that whole NFL draft stuff. There's no problem with that. You see that? But she looked at me. Maybe what other than say she couldn't understand what those people are thinking. So it's different because she's not afraid of you. How dare she? And Celia's not afraid of her. Yeah, if she wants to tell Brony or something, she'll say it to her face. It's not afraid of anyone. I find my own path as a leader, my best. Okay, let's take all of that. Grab more free tickets. I still have the last 6 to grab still. Oh, okay, these have been doubled. The reason why this isn't all the way up top, even though there's still like things still left, I've already grabbed everything off stream. I got all the ones from here, I got all these, I got all the parts from this, I got every last one of these. So I don't feel compelled to come back to this and finish through all the days. But I mean, once to purely out of curiosity to see what happens if I go through all of them. My partner doesn't care and just wants to go for this. After I've taken care of the story, of course. I still have time, I believe. Wait, how long does it have again? I got 24 days still. So I got time. What I do, what I tell you, because I know I don't have time, is this. I don't got like 5 days left. And I got 17 pulls right now. So here goes nothing. And that's a 4-star, I believe. I'll probably grab those last 6 off screen and pull again off screen. And hope I do get it. Because I do want casters. Oh, Gallagher. But Gallagher's maxed out, so it doesn't help me at all. I only get more of these and that's it. So here, these have not refreshed. I can purchase one Stellar Jade here. No, not what I meant. I could probably purchase 2 here, and then that gives me another temple right there. And here we go, fingers crossed! 1! I think that's another 4-star. A new icon of a character we don't even have yet. It's like he's still not like available as a playable character, although he looks like he'll definitely be a playable character sometime soon. Link's maxed out. Recover at least one of those poles. Oh well. Why do these things sound so cute? Maybe what you're feeling might be some form of burnout. Sometimes when you feel like that, maybe taking a break from it, like not fully quitting, but maybe taking a break from it for some time can help. That could be a possibility, right? You're just feeling burned out, that's all.
They're here.
Yeah, kind of. I do know the term, and I'm pretty sure I know what it is.
Partner! Hyacinth said you definitely wake up. How do you feel?
You can even take the pulse of someone who's dead. It will be in a departed spirit.
I beg you, please forgive me.
You've completed the trial of time, and I have to admit that the process went better than I expected. Even in the end, that Titan's heart still showed a soft spot for humankind. However, I never expected that. 2 people who have cheated death would appear in Akima at the same time.
That's what we have been talking about. Mighty has been in Akima for such a long time, but has no one thought to study his indestructible body? If there were even any minor breakthroughs, we wouldn't be as clueless as we are right now.
Many
You don't even know
have
how
had
to
this
kill him
idea,
already, buddy.
but so far, there have been no results. If it were successful, Thanatos wouldn't have disappeared without a trace.
Now that just sounds straight up barbaric. I can see why you'd be mad. That was just straight up foul play right there. Yeah, that is understandable. It is some things like better, yeah, to just turn it off. It's some things are being done in the game that just really bad or questionable. But yeah, that was just straight up foul play right there. And I wouldn't blame the other players for like getting mad. Nobody should play like that with the intention of hurting another teammate. It'd be like a teammate or the rival's team. Like, doesn't matter. They should never like play with the intention of hurting another. No, but if you feel like that way, like quitting the sport itself, it could be a result of burnout. If you have so much exposure to it for such a long time that your mind is telling, experiencing, yeah, this is not what it used to be. Sometimes when you take a break, taking a break from something you like can help with that burnout, or at least reduce the exposure to it. And I guess we're taking a break, like when you come back to it, you'll see whether or not you actually still like the said sport. In my case, when I start feeling burnout from my game that I'm playing, I reduce my exposure to it. Like Genshin, I was doing it twice a week, and I started feeling burnout. I was like, yeah, I'm not gonna entertain anymore, so I reduced the exposure to the game. The game is still probably in the cutting board, getting replaced. But given Destination 9 as like Ragnarok, I feel like, okay, let me just reduce the exposure and see how I feel about it in the long run. I mean, the coach has the right to get mad at the player in question. That is still a foul play and can get the entire team in trouble if they just let it slide. Now, I assure you, there's probably plenty of people who got mad at that. I know American football can be very barbaric. That's why I never could really get into it, but still, there are rules that they have to respect, and trying to cheat the system through foul plays like that, like, yeah, you're no star player if you play like that. You're just an asshole. That's simple. That's how I feel about those guys. If school got mad at coach because it was doing something about that troublesome player, like, why? Like, whose side are you on, school? That's something I actually always question about colleges and school. Like, whose side are they on? Are they on the side of the victim, or the one? What's the word in English? Victimizer. Like, whose side are they on? In the end, like they say, oh, we're here to help everyone, keep it safe, keep it fun for everyone. We're on the side of the victim. They shouldn't be, yada yada yada. And then they end up doing the exact same, the exact opposite. Which is bullshit. That is still a foul play. Like, intentionally uppercutting someone and actually causing them harm. That is not a clean play. It just shows how barbaric the sport itself is.
Nevertheless, now is not the time for us to give up. At the very least, we can still see a glimmer of hope.
But no, American football is nothing but a barbaric game. A game for barbarians, because that's what they generally end up doing, just hurting each other. Like, do you know how many fatalities that game actually has? It has a lot of fatalities for a sports game.
Cypher. If anyone in this world knows the whereabouts of death, it would be her. And for them to go against the ref who actually noticed the foul play, it just shows how barbarian its fan base can be as well. I'll try and get her to return to
They just want to see blood.
But
that's all they want. People just want to see blood. They don't want to see blood. Go watch a
Please
fight,
understand that throughout the history of
some
Emporius,
fight like
no one
boxing
has ever
or
managed to escape the
WWE
clutches
or
of
something
death.
along those lines. You'll see blood there.
At
But
the
in sports,
end of time,
no.
Thanatos
Almost full time.
silently awaits all.
Like football, hockey, soccer, like baseball, any of those sports, like they shouldn't want that. Yes, I guess then you probably didn't go for college football. I do consider like that a very barbaric game. Like the main focus of it is just hurting each other apparently. At least on the American stand, it's just tackle each other as hard as you can and maybe try and break their neck in the process. Or just to grab a ball and run to the other side of the court. Basketball falls down into the teammates. It is more respectable, but again, it falls down into your teammates and whether or not they're toxic. Yeah, in football, like I said, it's a brutal game with a high level of fatalities, unfortunately. Not just anyone can do it. And some of them that survived aren't exactly good in the head. Or their hips. Believe me, they tend to develop arthritis really quick.
It is my duty. We too require you to bear the divine position of time. But before that,
Yeah,
just...
you definitely need good angles on that. A lot more running than in basketball. True, the equipment isn't exactly lightweight. And so you gotta be able to take those tackles.
What's wrong, Aglaya?
Omens always come in pairs. A tiny air current will eventually brew into a storm that tears the sky apart. It's Anaxagoras. He has initiated contact with the Council of Elders.
In the end, it has still come down to this.
No
I
surprises.
earnestly hope that your assessment of him is accurate, Finan. Otherwise, the efforts of my teacher and I of the past millennium might be reduced to dust because of that great performer.
And now we get to play as the jackass trader who wants to end the flame chase when it's near its conclusion. And actually fighting everything is the very thing destroying this world.
I'm back here again.
The very thing that actually killed him.
I remember this dream. This realm is covered in a silk-like fog, and the land is barren and harsh. The crowd of travelers leaves tracks everywhere.
Hey! Excuse me! What is this place? Where in Emporius are we?
The mutters of the traveler are in a language I'm unable to comprehend.
That's
Or
probably his
perhaps
soul, given that
They're
fact
just
that he's technically
distracted and
dead.
ignored my question.
Tell me, which Titan reigns over this land? And how do I find them?
Hand of Shadow. Hand of Shadow Thanatos. Could this possibly be the Netherrealm?
Well, yeah, you did die.
Not Netherrealm.
Oh, even worse.
Then where is this? River of Souls? The outskirts of a Netherrealm? Are you heading downstream toward the Nether Realm?
The Nether Realm. Nothing but an illusion. Titan rejects you, me. Listen.
What? The Traveler lifts their wrinkled fingers and remains silent.
The way that this is looking kind of gives me Odin's Sphere vibes of the Netherworld.
I look in the direction they are pointing and listen closely. There. A massive shadow brought the sound of rushing tides. The sound of tides.
The Black Tide, probably.
I can hear it.
Damn, they must have pushed you real hard if it was that bad. Well, if they don't end up push you, at least got some form of punishment.
I hear it, deep within the tides, beyond the closed gates of the Void World. A voice, about to recount something.
Child of humanity, is it death's embrace you yearn for with such urgency? Oh, you have awoken. Welcome back to the mortal realm. Your consciousness is dissipating much faster than I expected. Ultimately, it seems like the Titan's core flame is incompatible with a mortal body.
How much longer can my consciousness remain in the mortal realm?
In my estimation, at best, you'll see 15 more entry hours.
15 days and nights.
What is it? Are you finally starting to become attached to the mortal world now?
He probably should have reported the injury instead of continuing. That tends to get real worse, pretty bad if you keep on pushing it. And some cases beyond repair. So if you get like injuries like that, don't push yourself. You'll only end up with
On the
regret.
contrary, 15 days feels a little too long for solving a singular problem. Stop giggling. It's time for us to go. The messenger from the Council of Elders is almost here.
Let me ask you one more question. Are you really planning to betray Aglaya's will?
You probably should have like notified the coach or a referee or something. Like, you have to consider your own well-being before everything else. I mean, even many professional players that ignored their injuries ended up with early retirement because they ignored their injuries.
What betrayal is there to speak of when I was never loyal to her to begin with?
And they couldn't properly heal or recover the way they were meant to.
What about that white-haired student of yours? Acting so recklessly, do you not care about what might happen to him?
Is he taking a final?
There will be a price to pay for blind faith. This is also a lesson for Finan.
You truly are a strict teacher.
No, he's just an asshole.
Of course. This is how I've always been.
Now that I think about it, where is it? What button was it? Oh, we don't get to put him on just yet to give him a try, even though he's technically in the game already. We just need to wait for the second phase of the banners. I took a wrong turn. I didn't hear in Argentina's football, the actual football, the ones you guys call soccer. Whenever there's an injury, they don't take it lightly here. If they notice an injury, they quickly take the player outside, have it checked, get it sprayed if necessary, and see whether or not the
Sorry to keep you waiting, Lord Enexagerus. It's
if they can, they let him play. If not, they force a replacement.
I greet you on behalf of all the citizens of Akima, and express
even when players
my deepest
try to
regret
push it, they
about what
recognize when they
happened
reach
at the
their limit
Grove
and
of
actually
Epiphany.
sit down to let the referee know that they can't go on.
It's you. I never expected that you would personally come and meet me.
By carefully into lantern above, I have come as a testament to the justice of the Council of Elders.
But it's so lucky that it at least healed. It could have been a lot worse, believe me. Remember how passionate you are? You gotta
There are
choose to play it safe when it comes
Antikytherians
to
here?
injuries.
They have been a rare sight ever since the Chrysos War.
I extend to you my utmost respect, revered Titan. I am Lycurgus, though you may call me Lygus, holding an honorary position within the Council of Elders in Akima, and as the Theoros, I stand to protect the right of all upright citizens to express themselves freely.
There I'd say that's just parents being assholes, because they're not taking their own kids' well-being into consideration. They could probably say yes, but after recovery, because, like I said, some of those, if you just keep on pushing it, do get damage beyond repair, or don't heal properly and will cause problems down the line. Well, yes, it's good to consider probably some benefits that the athletes tend to get. Is it worth it in the end if the kids have getting an injury that might cause even bigger issues later down the line?
You can see them too?
You know about us. We Antikytherians perceive the world through the amplitude and frequency of souls. Just as I am conscious that Lady Aglaya is secretly listening in on our private meeting from afar, if necessary, Lord Enexagerus, I can sever the golden thread to protect your fundamental rights.
The demigod should know better, for such is her station. Spare those poor threats, and just let her listen to my words. They shall serve only to unveil her own folly.
May I interpret this as you having a countermeasure?
I need not any plan, because she can do nothing other than petty espionage. As the Citizens' Assembly approaches, and with Ornyx's fall, any attempt to capture the core flame within me will only usher chaos and calamity. A truth she undoubtedly comprehends.
That's because you're inside the city and you intend to fight back. Oh yeah, because if those get any worse, you're pretty much screwed big time. Terror, it can heal if you let it heal. If you keep on pushing it and it fully breaks, yeah, you're fucked. Same goes with broken bones. If you like keep on pushing when you have a broken bone, it won't heal properly. It can lead to a lot of issues later down the line, amongst those early arthritis.
While I, Anaxagoras, serving as the Grove's special envoy to Akima's Citizens' Assembly, have long known the extent of your abilities. Let's forego the formality of asserting authority, Lord Lygus. Lead the way.
Very well. Surely Lady Kindness will
Compassion,
appreciate such a
they need to be extra
certainty in
cautious
an
because they can
ally.
lead to other issues if it's end up being too strong of a concussion.
She's been waiting. Follow me, please.
See who and where.
Is there something on your mind, Lord Anaxagoras?
Nothing, really. It's just a question that I contemplate every time before I ascend Dawncloud. For the Titans, does the falling equate to death?
Ah, a pondering truly deep. Time is on our side. Do you mind sharing your reflections with me?
If an athlete ends up with more like permanent issues because of those, because they get on pushing them because of those injuries, it can really put not only a bad rep on the coach and the team, but also the school in that case.
While
Or
all living
institution in
beings
charge of
must
said team.
ultimately face their demise,
Nobody wants a bad press.
Kefali has yet to meet theirs. Their journey continues unhurriedly along this long path.
Yeah, and that's where a college can actually step in. After all, no college wants bad press. If a coach takes it too far, yeah, that college will put their foot down on the coach.
Are you suggesting that Kefali may not have truly passed?
And even if the college doesn't do anything, like, if a coach, like, expels someone over something minor, then the family can take legal action, which then the college would interfere with the coach, against the coach, because they don't want the bad press.
Yes. For dying implies an ongoing process, an action, whereas death signifies a static state, a definitive termination. In contrast to mortals, Titans exist on a grander scale of space and time, thus elongating their passage into death. The notion of their fall is but a misinterpretation born of mortal ignorance.
Ah, an intriguing concept, albeit challenging to substantiate. After all, Kefali has maintained a profound silence ever since the era Arasa, while scholars and priests alike have conveyed the message of the gods' imminent fall.
Perhaps the gods, in their arrogance, deemed it beneath them to reveal their perspectives to mortals.
Could you elaborate on your
Technically, the
statement?
one's pretty much living with you.
Circes, the kin of the Sky Father as recounted in myths, now resides within my brain. Were I to inquire, Kefali would have no cause to refuse.
Oh,
That very well could be true. But what if the world-bearing Titan still chooses to remain silent?
In that case, the myths crafted by the people of Amphorius are nothing more than pitiful jests.
It's worth a try. I believe, and I'd love to witness the fruits of your theory and the change it may bring to this imperiled world. because I completely concur with you on this aspect. If the Titan has indeed met their end,
The problem in those cases, with those
response
kind of
from
coaches,
them
it's just
would
not
be
enough people stand up against
impossible.
those bad coaches. Yeah, so what if they're champions? That doesn't give them the right to be assholes. But if not enough people stand up against them, then they're just gonna keep on getting away with it. Like, the whole team would need to put their foot down. Or at least the majority of the team would need to put their foot down and stand up against the coach itself. Then the coach would get the bad press, and then yeah, his entire reputation is pretty much fucked, regardless of anything else he's done. But I realize the problem: not enough of team members is gonna do it purely out of fear.
Professor.
They think that
The children of humanity have indeed created a
in their hands,
spectacle.
and chooses the other way around. The coach's career is in the hands of the team.
Welcome.
After all, the
to
coach is
Dawn
nothing
Cloud.
without the
The
team.
atmosphere here carries a greater sense of solemnity than the mundane clamor of the Memorial Palace.
Like I
With
said,
entry
not enough people
permitted only
realize that.
to the invited. Only esteemed beings grace this place, and among them I've received priests, scholars, warriors, and now we even have the honor to be in the presence of a Titan. Oh, what a joyous occasion.
Once deemed a blasphemer, now a surrogate for revered divinity. The honor should rightfully be mine, shouldn't it?
I'll notify Kindness and the others of your arrival. Kindly wait for a moment. A soldier will be here to guide you shortly. In the meanwhile, you're welcome to explore the vicinity, but kindly remain within the guard's view. Delaying the crucial meeting is something none of us wish to see, I presume.
I'm well aware of Kindness's methods. There's no need to emphasize that.
I mean, partly it kind of makes sense to do a lot of laps against it on such a large field, given how much they actually need to run during the duration of the game. You need to make sure that they keep the stamina up for the entirety of the game and outlast their rival. But if he recognizes when the player's injured, like he needs to take it easy on the injured player, that's good.
As you wish. Your cooperation is much appreciated.
After all, injuries are inevitable in sports. Especially in football. Injuries are an inevitability. Especially
Alas,
broken bones.
I had hoped for a brilliant plan from you, but it turns out you just left one cage to enter another.
She's gonna
Save your concerns. I know very well what I'm doing.
Are you sure about that?
I shall depart to explore the surroundings then.
Even if the Titan of reason itself is questioning you there, buddy, like, are you sure
Now
about
that
that?
I look around, I wonder if there are any murals bearing my portrait around here. I'm quite intrigued to see how the children of humanity beyond the grove perceive another Titan.
At least it was ready. Now, if he took it easily, like he understands the difficulty of the training, like, and doesn't like just kick them out simply because of an injury or something like along those lines. Like then he would actually be a good coach. Like, yeah, he's pushing them to the extreme, but he's ready for in case anything goes wrong, and
Off you go.
like
I won't be
doesn't screw
joining
them
you.
over them for that.
This Titan appears to be quite at ease. I should investigate the Council of Elders' recent activities first.
Be aware. I can hear you perfectly well from here.
Interact with that. Maybe not with these guys, but once I'm back with that Trailblazer once more, I'll probably be able to interact with it. With them, at least. Mostly interested in finding that. Loot. Should check this side on the other side as well. I did not. Oh, and I might as well check this in case of, like, achievements. Because this is not a bad view.
Haha, finders keepers.
Let's see. Guess I have to check both sides.
Professor Anaxa! Over here!
After I fix this. Haha, there it is. And I already see some more loot, so don't mind if I do. Ah, damn it, it ran out of move too soon. They have seven, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Unfortunately it ends there. But if I don't count 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I didn't risk taking that step just in case I suddenly fell down. Yeah, purely out of frustration. I mean, what coach wouldn't get that frustrated if the team keeps on making the exact same mistake? Like, there he kinda... his anger would be understandable if the team just keeps on making the same mistake over and over. Like, his anger would kinda be justified.
Now this smells good.
But how he handles it, like, would define, like, whether or not he would be a good or bad coach in that case.
Professor Anaxa? Word has it that the scholars of the Grove valiantly perished resisting the Black Tide. To find you here safe and sound, thank the fates.
You might want to put that in quotation.
You could say it's the fates toying with us.
It's only the Crimnoans and Idonians who chase glory through death. But your survival is a victory in itself. I'd settle for that gladly. So, are you here to report the incident to the council? I heard that after the Black Tide devoured the Grove, Akuma would be next in line. Even with the demigod of strife standing alongside humankind.
Tell me, how much does the Council of Elders know about the Black Tide?
Very little to nothing.
Once Kindness and her followers learned of Circe's and Orynyx's fall, they proclaimed in the council that the Flame Chasers could no longer stand against the calamity alone. Yet, when the Crown Prince ascended to godhood and repelled the Black Tide, she immediately altered her tune, declaring that all was resolved beyond Akuma, with the only remaining menace now being Aglaya and her adherents. They might well make their move at the upcoming Citizens' Assembly.
Yeah, except that Mighty's only holding it from Kremnos, not from the other side, no?
No surprises there, those shifty opportunists. Thank you for your honesty, virtuous student.
Being an opportunist could very well be a facet of wisdom.
Not really.
Shouldn't you be
Depends
searching
on
for
how-
mules of yourself? Is
How,
that
what
enough
you
of your
do with
prattling?
that opportunity. Like how you handle it.
I was really curious to see how you would find the middle ground between both factions, so I came to listen in. But it seems as though this kindness is much more ruthless than Aglaya. If so, why do you want to work with her?
Yeah, seriously.
Could it be that perhaps you've decided to readily surrender this hollow shell of yours, just because you feel like death is fast approaching?
I'm afraid you'll be sorely disappointed if that's what you truly think.
Oh, she didn't question that. That he was talking to someone next to him, and she probably didn't. Probably wasn't even able to see her. Then those lead somewhere else. I'm not gonna go through those paths yet.
Even blasphemous scholars can come here, it seems.
Looks like my presence here is quite unwelcome.
Finders keepers.
Catch that. Instead of catching beetles, I'm catching butterflies here. Okay, now let's see how hard this one may be. Why? Well, this one was easy compared to a bunch of other
Just
ones I've
full
done
of
before.
puzzles.
Ah, not good. Look at it because I do need that set for both 3D
An
and
exaggeration.
casters. So I do manage to get my
I
hands on
thought
her.
that you had died to the Black Tide, just like the other scholars.
Just because it doesn't like it doesn't mean you should stop. Like 3-point, if you can land the 3-pointers, that's actually really good, and you should actually like maybe help that one that can do 3-pointers to improve that accuracy, especially under pressure. If I was a coach and said, okay, that guy can pull 3-pointers, that might be an easier win. I mean, more points for us.
As Kefali's priest, are you not aware of the decorum of respecting the dead?
Surely you jest. You blasphemous heretics are not worthy of respect from the Supreme Being. Let me remind you that you're currently in Dawn Cloud, so you'd better keep your deranged language to yourself. I am no longer that altar servant from years ago, who could only acquiesce to the commands of others. Now, I have plenty of ways to deal with people like you.
I'm not sure whether I should laugh or cry right now. I can't believe that a follower such as you could have been made by a creation titan. As I see it, a dead titan can't provide you with this level of confidence, right? Then who is it exactly? Could it be kindness?
You. Seeing how fond of you Elder Kindness is, I shall let that slide for now. Leave immediately, and don't impede us from receiving the Supreme Being's blessings.
Seeing as we were able to hear of this matter from the mouths of others, it seems that Kindness is indeed quite sincere toward us. Perhaps this affair will proceed smoother than I had anticipated.
Oh my.
No, I don't
what
think
a
so.
thrilling confrontation. As expected of one of Kefali's followers.
I thought we were going for a soul first, and
Are
then
you praising or insulting?
the hypocrites.
Praising him, of course. As a believer of the God of Deliverance, it is only natural that he detests evil.
Hey, if you were landing and there's no reason for him to stop you.
Didn't you hear me? I asked you to leave. Go as far away from here as possible. Don't mutter to yourself like some sort of madman and disturb my meditation.
I'd say good on you. Like, if you can pull it off, keep on pulling it off. Because that benefits the entire team.
I've had enough of this. Could the 15th entry hour arrive any faster?
Yeah, apparently he really is a desperate for death's embrace. He really wants Sanitas to come get him.
Oh, my. Could it be that the great tree painted in this mural is actually depicting me?
Are you disappointed? I mean, you were originally a
Plant,
tree.
every tendril, no, even every leaf could be the embodiment of Circe's.
As a result, mere mortals who did not know what the Titan actually looked like chose to paint them as a giant tree instead. Their wisdom was portrayed as fruit, to symbolize how they shared their knowledge equally among the masses. Such exquisiteness indeed.
This mural is quite abstract.
I really can't tell whether you are praising or demeaning yourself. Now I'm quite curious whether the Reason Titan has studied figures of speech before.
Of course I find such stylistic devices interesting. For all we know, this could be the answer to the question, what exactly are we?
I, for one, am not willing to admit that I could look this ugly.
Was this the reason why you failed in your attempt to refine my soul when you were ambushed at the Grove?
Since you are aware of this, why did you save me back then?
From my perspective, this point alone was enough to separate you from the average person.
How do two lunatics coexist in the same brain?
At least he admits he's mad.
Therefore, it seems that your journey to Dawncloud this time is not just to seek protection. What, then, is the intention behind your actions?
The entire plan is stored in my memory, so why don't you look there?
Are you sure you want to look there?
Then don't mind if I do. 1 year old? 2 years old?
Maybe too far back there.
Oh my. Even a member of the preeminent 7 sages must hug his droma stall to sleep? How interesting.
That's enough.
I mean, you told her to look at your memory there, buddy. That's on you.
How unusual. Your soul is actually trembling. This must mean that behind this toy hides a secret that nobody knows, right?
Since our days are both numbered, I don't mind telling you more about it. This is a present that my sister gave to me. It's a doll that was made to look like our family pet.
So there are other members in your family, eh? Are they also living in Akama?
Don't you just love to pick through my brain? Go on, continue flipping through my memories. It won't take long. You'll discover the answer when you reach the memories of when I was 5.
Oh, the black tide is everywhere. I can't bear to look.
When I was young, I couldn't accept this outcome either. Georios, Aquila, Kefali, and you, of course.
Although I prayed to every Titan that I could think of for help, my efforts were ultimately futile.
This... Could this be the inception of your research into alchemy?
Indeed it was. Everything started from that verdant courtyard of yours. When I was pursuing my education there, I naturally also came to learn of Thelesis' theory as well.
Oh, I remember that person. He was the one to come up with the concept of souls, right?
Not only that, he also believed that life, as well as the composition, movement, and transformation of matter, all stem from souls themselves. This is why I thought that, since all living things stemmed from the same origin, why could I not sacrifice myself in order to resurrect my nearest and dearest?
Oh? Are you trying to pull a Full Metal Alchemist here?
I did it, teacher! But this is absolute blasphemy. Regardless of how much freedom the Grove provides, such an act could cause you to be burned at the pyre. Your beloved, where is she now? Send her away from the Grove at once, to a place where nobody will ever be able to find her. Otherwise, the both of us will be judged by the Council of the Seven Sages.
Calm down, teacher. My sister, she's still not in the mortal realm, even to this day.
What do you mean?
It was naive of me to think that I could snatch the deceased from Thanatos' grip by merely sacrificing one eye. Equivalent exchange. All I received for that price was but an opportunity to see her for one final time. Nothing more.
Oh. Let it go, Anaxa. As one of my best students, I cannot watch you go down the wrong path without doing anything to stop it. Never do something taboo ever again.
That doesn't stop him in
Don't
the end.
disappoint the deceased, and never harm yourself. If you can do that, this classroom will still be yours, and you'll have a chance to live out your own life.
Since I was able to see her one last time, I have no other desires. You're right, teacher. It's time for me to start a new life.
I am sincerely glad for you, child. Now then, what topic would you like to study?
That didn't seem like he actually stopped given what he just told the Titan of Reason.
I wish to continue Thelesis' research.
Continue the research into souls, but you know that the Grove has long since understood his philosophy like the back of their hands. Even if you continue digging into this subject, your efforts will likely be futile.
No, teacher. After my fleeting glimpse of the deathly fog, I finally understood a single truth. Since ancient days, our understanding of the souls is but the tip of the iceberg. I may have lost an eye, but my view of the world has become clearer than ever. I have grasped the truth with my bare hands. Watch as I turn this farcical world upside down.
Who would have thought such a secret lay concealed beneath that hefty eye patch of yours? However,
There's more to that eye
this
patch,
story
actually.
doesn't seem to be connected to your plan. In fact, I'd say that they aren't related at all.
The answer lies within the tale. If even you cannot understand it, perhaps you should relinquish the divinity of reason to me. After all, it'd be a waste for you to hold on to it. My story ends here. Now it's time for you to tell me your secret. After all, this is what equivalent exchange means, correct?
As expected, you laid a trap for me to step into. unfortunately. Even if I was willing to talk about my past, I may not know more about it than you do.
Oh? Are you saying that the renowned Reason Titan is now admitting a lack of wisdom? Your followers are going to be sorely disappointed by this.
Child of humanity, remember this. Being cognizant of one's ignorance is the greatest wisdom of all.
Now I understand. No wonder you asked me to answer your random, nonsensical questions.
Not only that, you're the only one who can shed light on my query. As the saying goes, onlookers see most clearly.
Is that so?
Lord Anaxa. I saw you muttering to yourself and was wondering whether you were caught in a delirium of reflective thought. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but time is of the essence. I have a message from Lord Lygus. Lady Kindness has met up with the Council of Elders and is awaiting your arrival, so please depart forthwith.
It's finally time.
They just thought that he went completely mad.
The one who created the world, and the one who bears the world. If you truly have not met your end, how will you answer the challenges of those who defy you?
That
I
is
didn't
true, like, he
expect
is
you to
defying
agree to
him.
Lady Kindness's invitation. What a wonderful turn of events. To tell you the truth, there are many people who hold grudges against that Lady Goldweaver.
Isn't that the dromas draped in finery?
Avoid his gaze. I don't acquaint myself with blasphemers.
Don't worry. He's too full of pride to pay us any attention.
Your nickname is Dromus as well? You must really like those creatures.
I don't want to interact with it because I want everything to just keep on going. And that's another really good image. Although that weird black line can stand out a little too much.
A student of Empedocles? I hear that his views run counter to the Venerationists.
This is what being a scholar is about. A collision of ideas only occurs when there are differences in beliefs, and it is such collisions that lead to progress.
Yet, in my view, there are only right and wrong perspectives, neither of which can coexist with the other.
What radical thinking. I guess this is why the children of humanity always squabble with each other.
And difference of opinion is what leads to ideas.
Boring.
At times.
You seem to be avoiding that Goldweaver person. Why don't you address her face to face?
I have nothing to talk about with her. Since you're in my brain, you can look for the reason yourself.
Oh, the leader of the Flame Chase journey, and a demigod of Nestia.
You're really searching through my brain. What are you treating it as? Some sort of toy?
Most likely.
Regardless, you think quite highly of her, no?
That's because I'm a teacher who grades everyone fairly.
Yeah, right. You're a crush on her, don't you? I want to have a look around. Good thing I did. Look at that. Loot! Seven. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. to be on the other side by then. Wait. Do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Damn it. Have to be on this side no matter what by then. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Damn it. I'm pretty sure I'm on the right track, I just need to get the order right. Damn it. This is a tough one. I think I screwed up how I went about it. Okay, I almost had it. Got it.
Finders keepers.
Yeah, that's a good one. But hey, I got through it. That was a very tough one, though. Quite a lot of trial and error, but I was able to pull it off.
Lord Lygus and Lady Kindness are just ahead. I'll take my leave for now.
Right, go ahead and leave. I'm not gonna go up there yet until I'm sure there's absolutely no more loot left. And look at that, more loot! Is it up here? No. Oh, it's like in the extra speed.
Welcome to the Demigod Council, esteemed guests.
Get to the point.
Lord Anaxagoras. Oh, I've heard so much about you.
I have a feeling that Kindness is just jealous of Aglaia because Aglaia became a demigod and not her.
Head
And
of
just
the
wants to get
Neusporus of the Grove
revenge
of
on her because of
Epiphany,
that.
notorious blasphemer, a Chrysos heir who bears Circe's core flame, a survivor of the Grove calamity. Did I miss anything? Well, if so, please be so kind as to enlighten me.
Since Lady Kindness is already well acquainted with me, I won't waste any effort introducing myself again. But then again, perhaps the customs are different here. Back in my hometown, there is a form of etiquette known as honoring guests. The host will welcome their guest with warm hospitality by treating them to fine wine and a cozy bed.
Yeah, I could forget about that with this one.
And yet, ever since I arrived, I have not been welcomed with warm courtesy or ceremonial gifts. Instead, I am met with intense scrutiny. Even more absurd, the host has sharpened their blade and instructed their servants to lie in wait in the shadows. Perhaps you intend to cut open my heart, retrieve the core flame, and then hold a grand feast for all of the guests.
He's got a point.
Everyone, stand down.
Thank you for understanding. I am but a feeble scholar who is not used to the stench of avarice and blood.
No need to be humble, my lord. From my perspective, your courage and gumption are worthy of the reputation of the Seven Sages. Your bravery is more than adequate to accomplish our perilous endeavor.
So, you wish to start a war?
Well, since the Chrysos heirs are calling for war, we will respond in kind. Conflict is inevitable. Since Aglaia endeavors to suppress the virtuous commoners with blood of gold, we will not hesitate to display the rights and mettle the citizens of Akima are so entitled to.
Yeah, right. You're more of a tyrant than Aglaia.
As to your question of whether peace is still a viable option, well, to that
You're the one
I
starting
can
the
only
war.
say this. Everything hinges on the next citizens' assembly and whether they have a sudden epiphany amid the clamor of the masses.
Aglaia's war is against the Black Tide.
And since you, as a Chrysos heir, accepted our invitation, you have indeed given us a glimmer of hope.
What brazen arrogance. What you're saying right now is worlds apart from what you were saying before you retired your cleaners.
I don't deny it. After all, they're responsible for cleaning up any threats, and just a moment ago, you were on the side of the Chrysos heirs. But now that you're an ally of ours, we can continue talking somewhere else. As you know, these walls have ears. I was fortunate enough to have the opportunity to discuss a treatise about the Venerationists with your teacher, Empedocles. Yet, it seems you subscribe to the Neusporists instead, Lord Anaxa. I've heard that this school of thought is one with many detractors.
It's normal for ideas to have supporters and dissenters, just like how there are two types of people in this world, geniuses and dimwits.
And to him, Kindness is the dimwit. But to him, everyone is a dimwit. I haven't started like holding back to get all those dialogue. Because if we move like too far forward, it's just gonna get interrupted. It's annoying. before I deal with you, I see more loot. Then why are you meowing? Even now you just said that, which I will not repeat. You will not trick me to saying it. There.
Oh, I'd be so good at this. Now this smells good.
Crit rate, crit damage. Figure. Oh, crit rate, crit damage. I'll take that. Figure rate, don't care. But crit rate, crit damage. Heck yeah. You might have found one of the potions from a special witch goblin of mine. She tends to make those kind of brews to either pull pranks with the other goblins or kobolds, or in failed attempts to create love potions.
Finders keepers.
Don't count on her having an antidote. You'll probably have to wait for it to wear off. If it'll wear off.
Welcome back to the hub of the Demigod Council, Lord Anaxagoras. Surely you remember that countless eloquent orators have stood in this spot before and emerged victorious by stoking public sentiment with their words. And yet there have also been innumerable blasphemous philosophers who set themselves up for failure because they refused to defend their actions. This tiny stage is the most profound embodiment of Akama in centuries. In 15 days, this site shall also become the most important, as well as the final turning point in Akama's history.
Yeah, it'll be the last core flame the flame chasers are gonna go after.
May the both of us carry out our duties with honor and lead the masses back toward the Erechrysia, a golden age with no death, strife, or trickery.
Yeah, if you try to do that now, the Black Tide's just gonna swallow you.
Oh my, 15 days and nights. That aligns perfectly with the date of your demise. Could such a coincidence truly exist?
Using death to prove myself fits my intentions perfectly.
What strong conviction you have, as expected of the hero who dared to stand up to the Gold Weaver.
As expected, she misunderstands you.
That's enough, Lady Kindness. Dispense with the niceties. I only accepted your invitation so that I can serve the commoners alongside the members of the Council of Elders. Don't test my patience with such superfluous formalities.
Well, you say that now, but surely you also require my aid as well, so that you can stay alive even when being pursued by the Golden Thread?
That's not what's killing you.
You worry too much.
And he knows
She won't
it.
show her hand too freely, as she still needs to garner support from the masses at the Citizens' Assembly.
Even someone like me can tell that only a sliver of her humanity remains. Surely you're not asserting that she will definitely act in a rational manner.
That's all she'll have left. Her reasoning. She won't have feelings, but she will still have her reasoning.
As you're no doubt aware, Aglaya covets the core flame that I possess, which makes it the bargaining chip that allows me and the rest of you to negotiate with her. However, in return, I'll need the Council of Elders to support me as much as possible. Naturally, this includes the guards as well. You're well aware how valuable Cersei's core flame will be in the Erechrysia that you are desperately pursuing. Talk is cheap, so you'd better act prudently as well.
I understand. After all, this battle of wits is just a means for each party to acquire what they need. As long as your request is reasonable, the Council of Elders never shortchanges its allies. Since we're both intent on mutual cooperation, let's not mince words and just speak plainly to each other.
Because all I see right now is a liar trying to manipulate him for her own personal gain, and she's gonna backstab him at the first opportunity she gets.
Let us decide how much we can secure for ourselves and how much we're willing to sacrifice, like true philosophers, with our words and wisdom.
I'm gonna hate this.
Continuing from the earlier topic, let us discuss our common enemy, Aglaya. She is the second most experienced Chrysos heir across the whole of Akama, who has gradually lost her humanity to the ravages of time and the ablation of the core flame. A formidable opponent indeed. Admittedly, there is ample reason for her to take your life. Yet your previous reasoning is quite sound. As a seasoned political animal, it's unclear whether she will actually cross that irreversible boundary. Moreover, she still needs you alive so that the Titan's trial can be completed. Is there anyone present who can swear by the sacred vow of Kefali and guarantee that you weren't in league with that woman before coming here? Are you just trying to pull the wool over our eyes and aid her in her savagery?
Like she's ready to execute him.
I believe you're aware of Castorus the Executioner. Long before I returned to Akama, Aglaya had already dispatched her to monitor me. If I weren't able to reach this place in time, I would have been forced to meet Thanatos first. As compared to a comprehensive plan with uncertain results, if you decide to cut open my chest and remove the core flame, wouldn't that settle her nerves even more? Everything is in place. She just needs the right timing.
I understand what you mean. At the very least, the both of us agree that this tyrant who wallows in extravagance and greed is the greatest threat to achieving peace in Akama.
You're the greediest there,
The Council
buddy.
of Elders is willing to defend your right to live, just as we defend every oppressed citizen. However, I regret to say that sentiments in favor of the Chrysos heirs and Aglaya are only growing in magnitude. The peace that we are aspiring toward, as well as everything that we hold dear, will be destroyed completely. The city will be burned to ashes, and the citizens' blood will be shed. Tell me, what are you willing to do for our esteemed citizens so that they can vanquish the enemies of our fine city?
Although the circumstances are rather unfortunate from an objective point of view, it is an undeniable fact that ever since the Grove was attacked, I have become the de facto leader of the Grove. The Council of Elders needs more backing if it wishes to topple Aglaya, and it's evident that the Academy wields considerable influence. At the very least, I have served as the Grove's special envoy to Akuma for a significant amount of time. Of course, this also means that I will hold a crucial vote at the Citizens' Assembly.
In the name of Kefali, Akuma thanks you for your sincere and valuable thoughts. At this stage, it's clear that you and I understand the benefits to be won from this discussion. Let me put it plainly. The Council of Elders has always been renowned for its fairness, and that fairness is built on a foundation of sincerity.
Yeah, right. I highly doubt you're ever sincere there. You're probably the one most full of shit out of the entire
The Council of Elders has vowed to all citizens of Akuma that it will always remain loyal to them.
What?
As for you, my lord, how will you guarantee that you will be able to live up to such earnestness and will not betray Akuma's indomitable citizens when the opportunity presents itself? Just as you now betray Aglaya when it suits you.
Surely you jest. My loyalty does not need to be proven. The fact that the Council of Elders is asking for proof of my loyalty is itself akin to a form of betrayal.
It's not wrong.
I am incredibly honored to have witnessed the both of you bury the hatchet in a civilized manner. However, I am afraid that I must interrupt for a brief moment.
Oi, no nibbling on my own. Goblin, give him a chew toy.
As the Theoros, I have observed the following. Lady Aglaya, the Goldweaver, is currently on her way to Dawncloud.
Plus, nibbling on my horn is dangerous.
Oh.
My horns do channel my energy.
Well, I do believe that we might have a slight overabundance of guests today.
Feeling dissatisfied, Lady
Go
Kindness?
Eat something.
Despite the Council of Elders' lofty residence on Dawncloud, it must still tolerate the whims of the Chrysos.
Or is either be turned into an abomination or reduced to ashes doing so.
So you were holding back just now. Seems like you are better at playing this game than I. In any case, I'm glad that she's arriving here. So tell me, Anaxagoras, now that you're an ally of mine,
are you sure we're an ally?
If Aglaya were to demand that I hand you over, what should I do?
You can do as she says. Tell her that the Council of Elders merely wished to chat with me and had no intention of offending her. However, by doing so, the authority of the Council of Elders will be as thin as papyrus that has been soaked in blood. Not only can it be destroyed at the slightest touch, but the Council will also lose possession of a valuable core flame. No, more like 2 core flames. After all, at the next Citizens' Assembly, that young lady who is synonymous with death will also be standing on our side.
Oh? How can you be sure of that?
Is that of importance to you? All you need to know is that I have a plan. In my opinion, you should be more worried about the impending threat.
I don't think his plan's gonna work because, she's gonna go with us, and through us, she might actually get better.
If
Inside with
Aglaya
us
can seize
instead.
me in full view of the masses today, she could also dismiss the entire Council of Elders in one fell swoop tomorrow. If that happens, the discussion that we've just had will turn into an utter joke instead. Is this the outcome that you wish to see, Lady Kindness?
Fine. I will handle this matter appropriately. But you do best to remember this. Fool the people and karma will be on your tail. I'll
And he's
overlook
gonna
it
die.
this time, but don't count on there being a next time.
Yeah, she says that I'm sure I'm gonna end up fighting this thing either way.
Unless, of course, you crave cruel punishment and consider suffering the perfect state to ponder the true nature of souls.
Well, what do you know? That happens to be one of my rare talents.
We shall see then.
Ah, I've got to say that you've managed to really impress me again. But shouldn't you be going after more?
Cheese sticks. I cannot find those here. Nobody provides cheese sticks, and I don't really know how to make them. I don't have the
Dying
recipe.
to know what I'm after.
And I don't really want to screw it up.
I mean, I'm the reason Titan after all. It is in me to ask and seek answers.
Easy there. You'll learn the answer soon enough. I didn't bring it up with her purely because she doesn't have the means to give me what I truly want. It's as they say, onlookers see most clearly.
I think he's referring to
The
that
true
thing.
masters of Dawncloud have always been the Theoros, who watches over everything.
Thought so. That thing is his true objective.
An expected visitor.
I'm
Welcome
hungry myself, and I
once
already
again.
had coffee and some snacks. Yum, yum.
You know, you could actually skip all the pointless debate and come straight to me to seek an audience with Kefali. I have no reason to refuse you, do I?
You may not, but kindness has. Whoever gets hold of Kefali's core flame will get to rule over Akama. She's wary of me, so naturally I had to gain her trust. I would say that debate was not at all pointless.
Very true.
Yeah, this thing sounds like a complete psychopath, and I'm sure we'll end up having to fight at some
In
point.
my view, this individual has gone to great lengths to get close to Kefali. He might very well be plotting something nefarious against the Titan. Are you still willing to let him pass, knowing this?
Yes, very much so. All living creations are always free to visit Kefali's transcendent vessel. This comes with being the World-Bearer.
How convenient it is to be able to hear what they say.
It is truly my honor to speak to a venerated Titan in person. Please, go ahead. Let me join you both on this journey. Oh, a bygone myth tells of an occasion where Kefali once answered their followers' questions on the peak of the Holy Mountain. Their followers have since believed that scaling this Titan cliff is one way of being with the god.
Hear that?
Man, it wouldn't be
It's
easy
not
to
every
scale
day
that.
that you get to climb a mountain with Circes. You should sing me a hymn of praise.
Titan hymns are beyond me.
Yeah, I do not see an actor singing any Titan hymn. Come on, what are you just standing there for? Keep on running, keep on running.
Go on ahead. Take this Yanis shortcut, and the long pilgrimage stairway will be waiting for you at its end.
I have to admit, I never expected you to not ask me anything. Not even my motive.
Probably because he knows.
Because I know very well what it is you are after. As the saying goes, a gentleman helps others achieve their goals. I have a feeling that your theory will be validated at the end of this journey. I believe Kefali will not deprive you of your right to ask your question, especially now that you're on the brink of death. You must be closer to Kefali than anyone else. Wouldn't you agree?
I hope things go as you say, then.
Putting a child of justice into a farcical world is bound to turn it upside down. It is my hope that you bring a much-needed change to this world, which is on the brink of destruction.
I mean, that's what the Trailblazer is here for. He's the monkey wrench here.
Honestly, this is my first time going up to Dawn Cloud's peak.
What a splendid view. Isn't it about time you recognize the magnificence of us Titans?
Sure about that.
Well, I don't see how this place is different from those temples in the city. All they have are magnificent facades. And even though I've come this far, I'm still doubtful about getting useful clues from him.
I must be getting ahead of myself to be expecting to hear something nice from you.
Oh? Haven't you been in my head for some time now? It's high time you get used to how I feel about things. Alright, we're just a short hike away from Kefali. No time to waste here.
So the intellectual debate from earlier was too draining for you, huh? If Amphorius gets a new lease on life, you should focus on strengthening your body and stop shirking social interactions.
Save your concern.
The Titan is in sight. Can you make it?
Why? Are you going to carry me up if I were to fall now?
No.
I know how far I can go, so just hold your tongue and come along.
Fine then. I guess I won't say any more. I'll just wait till your soul dissipates completely to gain control over your body.
Wait. Who is that? Cersei's? Hey, look at that.
Huh? What should I be looking at?
Doesn't see it. He's losing his marble.
Hallucinating? Or do we even get to see souls when we're close to dying?
Oh? Why didn't you bring your favorite spear with you on this trip, Nias?
Oh?
Nias. I know I've heard this name somewhere.
The Titan Strife.
It's unfortunate. The Black Tide destroyed every last inch of my calyx.
How could that be? Even a creation of Georios, from their prized ores and molten fire, couldn't escape the fate of destruction?
Hey, Cersei's. Do you know a certain Nias?
Nias? No, not that I remember. How did you even think up such a strange name?
I just saw him. Nias. A warrior-like figure who was just chatting with you here.
No, I have no such memory. Could you be hallucinating?
You're stuttering! Man, you're a bad liar.
is a departed spirit?
Why not? More images of the past or future. Before I do that, I do see something I want. Let's see if I can look at the others. Okay, there's another one way down there. Let's get the ones I know. That thing. What? Cats are soft and fluffy. That's how I prefer cats over dogs. Plus, I am an adult. You prefer I turn you to a person? Have no snout whatsoever? It in the game. It simply sounds similar to my stabilizer. But it's behind here. No, I'm gonna go that way. Where's the last coin? No, my hands are busy with a keyboard. Unless you're looking for this kind of pet.
You two again.
Life is just so beautiful.
It is nice that it has these two, but the others, not so much. A little bit, yes. Maybe you're gonna have to goblins stylize you for bows. Maybe a pretty dress.
Enough about me. Did Kaos ever reply to you?
Or maybe make you look like a clown. Wait, again.
Regrettably.
Seems like the price of becoming a demigod is a lot heftier than we thought.
Then again, there is a goblin that's crazy about cats, and you might never see the light of day if she catches you.
Kaos. Demigod. I've never heard of this person. Which Titan's authority did he inherit?
Look on the bright side, Nias. Since we've come all this way, I doubt he'd snub his old friends, would he?
Let's just hope we mean as much as the world to him.
Hey! Are you seeing that same hallucination again?
Yes. It's still you and Nias, but you're now talking about a certain Kaos. I'm guessing he's one of your companions?
Kaos? This name sounds just as strange to me.
Never mind. I think I know what this is about.
Maybe I'll give you a
If
little
things
mouth
are as I
later.
thought, then they aren't hallucinations, but
Memories of her?
the souls of people.
What? But if those are the souls of the dead, then what am I?
A memory.
Beats me. For all I know, you're just an illusion I conjured up in my dying moments. Let's just keep going. As long as I take in more sights and hear more stories.
Know your limits. Wander too far among the dead, and even I might not be able to save you.
I'm fine.
He's not
If
fine.
this is indeed as I thought, then this will be very amusing.
Haha, finders keepers.
Oh. Gimme. Okay. There. Attack HP, speed, it's an okay one. That won't work on me.
So, we meet again.
Can you keep going?
Of course. I'm just...
Oh, you get some scratches on the back of the ear and that's it.
If I knew we had to climb a mountain, I wouldn't have come along with you.
I guess this also counts as one aspect of the world-bearing burden. If Amphorius does have a next life, you may want to get your body in shape.
Keep your sarcasm to yourself.
I'm not getting anything of value from them.
I
Sure about that.
would sooner throw myself off this cliff and hit rock bottom than exercise even a little. I am Calypso of the eminent Seven Sages, after all.
Wait, what?
Training would make me no different from those Helcalithist barbarians.
Wait. Calypso of the eminent Seven Sages?
Calypso. She's one of the Seven Sages. A member of the Grove?
No, she can't be.
It makes
I
no
would
sense.
know her name if she really were one of the Seven Sages.
Unless the data was destroyed.
Hey, Circes. Does the name Calypso ring a bell? Circes? Daggone. Doesn't matter. I can do this myself. Looks like I'm nearly there now. The land of the dead.
Why is she like not showing up anymore? I think I just kicked that
beautiful
person.
old world. Where are you now? Oh, legendary era Chrysia, return to the mortal realm. Splendid gods once walked the paths we walk. Alas, all that's left of that warmth is a hazy mirage.
Who's talking? I just searched but where?
Why are you chanting that too?
I guess he got the perfect pet because he was young and his pet just suddenly just fell asleep. Although I myself don't like that pig. I want to replace it with a chimera. Or a cat. What's up there? Aha!
Life is just so beautiful.
I guess these work. But, let's try something better. Come on. Why is my luck so bad?
We're here. Finally. So, I don't get to ask the Titan my question. But all of you make for a pleasant surprise, nonetheless. Very well then. Let me uncover the truth for myself. Did I still fail to make it in time? Huh? So, I'm back here again. This is... I can hear it. I hear it from the depths of the tides, behind the closed doors of the Void World. A voice ready to tell me something. This time, the voice is a lot clearer than before.
I maybe listen to it.
Since we've come this far, let's just wait.
Lord Nias and Miss Calypso.
Oh?
Are you both here to visit Chaos too?
Hold up. Does that not look familiar?
Yes, and we've been waiting for quite some time now.
Regrettably, he hasn't answered us. The worst-case scenario is that he's already been overwhelmed and crushed by the world-bearing burden.
You're overthinking, Lord Nias. I can still sense Chaos' soul in the area. And besides, we both know Chaos' nature. A deliverer like him wouldn't fall so readily, much less give up on all that he holds dear. Isn't that so?
Yes. I have faith in him.
Could this be Casterus?
That reminds me.
She looks like Casterus.
Why are you making this trip alone, Polixia?
Even the clothes resemble that of Casterus. And that of sensing people's souls?
Oh, my sister needs more time to make sure the flowers are fine.
Such a pity. Both of you have hearts kinder than anyone else. Yet you are born only to take over Thanatos' divinity.
Could it be Castor's sister? No, or Castor before she became the Shadow of Death.
Everything that I see and hear this time has left me shaken to the core. What may seem like a mundane conversation is in truth a once-in-a-lifetime exchange that has revealed the ultimate answer to Cersei's question.
Their memories.
The conjecture has taken shape
just that,
and must now be solidified into a theorem. Next, I only need to seek verification from Kefali. By doing so, I can answer Cersei's question and reclaim my body. But no, I will not do that. That isn't important. Because another one of my conjectures, one that I have always dreamed of proving, has been proved right this very instant. Fusing a mortal soul with that of a Titan to replace said Titan is not a ludicrous idea after all.
So that he finally see the truth about the flame chase and actually will side with it? Because right now he just found out that Cersei is technically dead. All that he's been talking to is a memory of Cersei's. At least that's what I'm getting from that.
What are you thinking about?
The other Titans who have all once been mortals and members of the Seven Sages, and all became demigods. And eventually rose to becoming Titans. Just makes that tree is Cersei's divine body. His majestic sight.
Is that so? You don't look the slightest bit amazed, though. Plus, you seem to be strangely familiar with the city around the Great Tree.
I mean, the Laofu's not so different, except that their tree is cursed. Merely something from the past that I wouldn't go into.
Events of the past, huh? I was also a child when I looked up at Cersei's. Their leaves and branches reflected the sparkling stars. And their trunk was like a pillar that supported the sky and ground. I stood at this very spot back then, imagining the day when I could climb to the top of this tree. Because I would be the closest I can be to the sky at that spot.
What about the one holding the world tree? The world itself, I mean. You're the Sky Priestess, yet you study at a place that is home to the recent Titan. That's rather counterintuitive.
Don't read too much into it. I mean, can mortals even hope to reach Aquila's realm? They're a strict and draconian god. Nothing like Cersei's. Reason is willing to share what is theirs with others, but Sky only expects people to revere them.
Wait. Draconian god? You mean when I fight the Titan, when I go for the Sky Titan, I'm gonna actually be fighting a dragon? It's fair enough that death itself is one messed up dragon. Now there's another dragon to deal with?
You get what I'm saying, right, Denny? After all, the Titan that imprisoned you and Grey here in Amphorius is none other than Aquila themselves.
Yes, they didn't count on provoking the ire of the local gods.
But there will always be people who dream of soaring towards the sky. The Grove has a wealth of research on Aquila, and that is exactly what we are here for.
Actually, now that I think about it, what shut us down was not Aquila, because the spear that hit us was Nikador's spear.
It's just... I never thought Grey
So is
would
Aquila
meet with
truly
something
holding
like
us in
that
here?
before we set off. As a physician, I should have been there by his side.
Bad luck tends to come in streaks, so don't beat yourself up over it. Besides, Aglaia needs you here to uncover the truth behind what happened to the Grove. Let's just make the most out of this trip and keep a lookout for any documents related to the Death Titan. They could be used. They could be useful to Trailblazer.
Yeah, there's no rest for the weary, huh? In any case, what we're looking for could be anywhere in this enormous grove. Let's split up to cover more ground. Danny, with your skills, I'm sure those monsters born of the Black Tide will pose no threat to you anyway.
And Videodrodon most definitely is not a threat. Regulodon, yeah.
Have you forgotten that you're talking to the chief physician of the Twilight Courtyard? Have more faith in me. I'll be just fine.
With a vast amount of knowledge, this academy is akin to a labyrinth of information. Even the cleverest scholar would easily lose their way in here. I should gather my thoughts before heading in. How so? Is it because there's fur in your ear, or you're just getting cat thoughts? Okay, how to live in Forius? In the mist, Aquila, the Titan who reigns over the domain of the skies, is a colossal bird that overlooks the world beneath them. Wait, colossal bird? Okay, she said draconian. A bird and a dragon is not the same thing. How dare you compare us dragons to those feathered devils? We are not birds. We're beings of chaos and destruction. Except for the actual dragons, look at our pansies. With 100 eyes. I don't know what I picture a bird with 100 eyes. A spider I can picture with 100 eyes, but a bird? That's a whole nother nightmare right there. As long as they continue to soar above the clouds, the people of Amphorius will remain trapped on the ground. What scientist? The scientists of this world don't even believe in dragons. Good riddance. I would have to reduce every last one of them to ashes otherwise. Any scenes for there were priests who worshipped Aquila. Nobody is more familiar with the taboo of the Sky Titan than her. Seeing how Aglaia has sent her here as a guide, it's possible that she plans to have Hyacinth take on the trial in the future. In Amphorius, the Titan is a common topic of discussion. People create myths that in turn conceive Titans. It's a strict task to keep and protect the view when among the people of Amphorius. Is there a way to step out of the situation and look at it from a different perspective? I mean, an Nexus kind of technically doing that. Titans are eons, snares, demigods. Flame Chase Journey and the Prophecy. Guided by the prophecy, these heroes are on a quest to reclaim core flames and usher in the Era Nova. Their efforts have seen gratifying results to date. As I expected, the prophecy is the hardest to make any sense of, but with barely any information to go on, no matter how much I ruminate on it. Is that even a word? It's the first time I see it. It won't yield any results. It should leave this. I should leave this for another time. Titans and Eons are two distinct classes of beings. Titans can communicate with us humans, and it is not impossible for us to overpower them. Upon their demise, we can even take over their divinity. In this regard, Titans can be said to be a lot more similar to humans than Eons are, because they are humans. They were to begin with. The Titans that I've been facing off against are mostly just memories protecting the core flame, or choosing someone to inherit it. Crisis heirs are humans who possess heroic abilities, with most of them demonstrating extraordinary combat prowess and strength. Upon clearing the core flame trial, the Crisis heir can even ascend to a demigod and inherit the Titan's divinity. Wait, something about that feels off. Is this a selection process of some sort? You just noticed? I should probably turn my attention to something else. Nobody could ever imagine that Trailblazer's life would be forfeited the moment we landed on Amphorius. I should have done more to keep him safe, but it's not too late. We still have a fighting chance. The unique rules that govern life and death on Amphorius might just work in our favor and save him. You mean Castor's was the one saving him, since she's the one governing over death. The Grove is a veritable library of knowledge. Maybe they'll have records of a similar case. Please let there be one. No musing for now. It's time to move. Clock's ticking. I should search for clues as I move. Going this way then. Oh, it's already active, okay. I did not reset from my last visit. Are we going the wrong way, technically speaking, or we're going away from it? That was the only way to go. Okay, now I'm going that way again. Oh, I need to run on the route. That's the problem. That's why I didn't notice. I even forgotten how to get through. Are these things dead? Yes, they are. Why are they dead? Whoops. Let me just fix that. Sorry. I'm just compelled to break all of them. I just can't help but break absolutely everything I see. Still odd I find those things dead. This is trying to kid up the moment we examine them, right? I mean, they still look very much alive. black monsters are twisted in form, and their life has turned to ash together with their soul. It's impossible to figure out their form when they were still alive. I mean, you can still tell male from female. I mean, this one's got boobas. They are the remains of the black tide monster. It does look different from the Titan came from up close. I mean, they kind of look and work kind of like the Legion a little bit, or like the Morostruck as well. What's that underneath it? A scroll? This is a lot to read now. As I expected, the growth doesn't forbid discussions about the sky. It's a debate between two scholars who the sky ship, Aglaya also made mention of the ship when she interrogated us. A memory I'd rather forget. I'll hold on to this for now. With any luck, this journey won't leave us empty-handed. Seems like she's bumped into trouble. That's Hyacinth. Why is she surrounded by so many monsters? As much faith as I have in her, it's probably a good idea to help her out.
Really now? This is way more trouble than I could have asked for.
Yeah,
Or you could sit back and watch.
Nope, not again. Give me a second. I need to fix my laptop. It hasn't disturbed me for several days in a row, and now this should be a problem. I don't know if we're being serious or not, but being hard to read isn't without its perks, I suppose.
I'm kidding, Danny. Lend me a hand, pretty please. All right, now let's get him.
In the mood for another beating? More business, eh?
Another journey begins.
I may need to change the team setup.
Destined for oblivion.
Time to twirl!
How's this taste? I owe you one. We're just having fun.
On the still waters of oblivion.
Time to twirl!
On. Laptop. A little bit.
Ouch.
Restore and don't screw me over again.
Time to mix things up.
Honored to meet me.
I'm gonna have to switch the team up.
I weep for the departed. It too shall fall.
It's practically in ruins. What happened? There shouldn't be this many monsters here.
The Black Tide is remarkably quick to detect the light of Amphorius. So or rather, the blessings of the Sky Priest in me, might have unknowingly called them to me.
I mean, nobody's here to protect this side of the world from the Black Tide. It can still reach this place.
Anyway, never mind that for now.
How do you know this is the same side as
You might want to have a look
Kremnos?
at this. I found it around here and thought it might be of interest to you.
Another debate of the sky. Next, Goras. He's a scholar who fused himself with the core flame of reason.
This is new. I didn't know Professor Anaxa was researching the sky. He's never mentioned anything about it.
Ow, I just hit my joystick. Brandon said Anaxa might be opposed to core for a flame change journey.
Might is an understatement. Anaxa has never been one to venerate the gods, nor has he ever found it within himself to put any faith in the prophecy. People have come to think of him as a heretic, even in a place as liberal as the Grove.
Maybe because he already theorized the Titans were never gods to begin with, and now he knows that's to be true.
Yet, it is also this very blasphemer that Circe's favors. Fate sure works in mysterious ways.
I picked up a scroll on the way here too. It looks like it may be related to the one you're holding.
Oh, let me have a look.
Okay.
By the looks of them, these scrolls are records of two conversations that took place in the same setting, one after the other.
There's still much I didn't know about the Grove. Do you mind if I ask you a few questions?
Sure, go ahead.
Who are the venerationists?
The Grove of Epiphany is home to 7 schools of thought. While all 7 schools are founded on the ideologies of Thalesis, the first scholar, each is unique in its own way. Among them, the Venerationists revere and worship the Titans the most. As the sage of the Venerationists, Euthyphro has always been at loggerheads with Anaxa. If we were to place the 7 sages on the scales of Talanton, Anaxa and Euthyphro would be placed on opposite sides to achieve balance.
So one loyal to a Titan and a heretic. Surprised he didn't just kick him out right then and there. Very illustrative explanation, thank you. What is a mistake? Was it a mistake to build the skyship?
Nearly everyone in Amphorius has heard the story of the skyships by now. Aquila's stature is loftier than the heavens, and their divine retribution is merciless. That's why it's no use building giant skyfaring ships. Oh, but I do wonder if a supercharged mini Treevy cannon could slip past their watch.
Wait, what? What are you implying? You wanna shoot Treevy out of a cat? Poor Treevy. She does that herself enough. But you wanna like supercharge the cannon now? Oh, poor little Treevy. There'll be nothing left of her if you do that. That's a joke, right? I don't think she was joking. What is Anaxa's field of
These
study?
forests primarily study the application of alchemy in soul repair. Everyone considers Anaxa a blasphemer, but that has never stopped him from sharing his ideas, no matter how taboo. If you must say that he's hiding something, then it's likely what lies beneath his eye patch. Anaxa often says that every
the
failure
preview of
brings us one
ultimate
step closer
shows
to
that
the
his
truth.
eye passes an entire universe.
Perhaps, to him, the crash of the skyship carries a different interpretation. The firmament is not impenetrable. On the contrary,
James
it was
Alexandra.
precisely because the skyship represented the first step toward breaking free from the shackles of the Earth that it provoked the wrath of the Sky Titan and brought divine punishment upon itself.
The ones I add to friends list are those that have earned my trust, whether it be by chatting here on either Kick, YouTube, or Twitch. or by interacting over on my Discord. Over my Discord server, I answer to everyone as much as I can.
It's a shame that the majority of the Grove's research on Aquila was headed by the Venerationists, with sacrificial rituals making up a predominant part of their findings. Discourse about more esoteric subject matters in relation to Aquila dwindled even further after the skyship incident. So much so that even this scroll is completely new to me.
You all question the skyship, but none of you question the sacrificial rituals at all. Don't worry about it. We'll just collect everything we can find on the Titans for now. There's something else that caught my attention though. This says that Anaxa is conducting secret experiment of some sort.
That's what I'd like to know. What are these experiments he's involved in? Even I, the assistant lecturer, know next to nothing about them. I have a bad feeling about this. Could there be more to what happened at the Grove?
Oh, most definitely. What's blocking me?
This is the Library of Philia, a place where the Grove stores its collection of tomes. Other than books written by the 7 schools, you can also find philosophical texts, ballads, and religious writings from the Outlands here. Cities that desire to learn from the Grove were apparently expected to contribute knowledge of equal value to what they sought. We've had more than our fair share of hilarious episodes over the years. For instance, it's said that the Erythrocheramists once borrowed a manuscript from a certain author, but ended up returning a copy instead of the original. What's more, the original manuscript was supposedly then hidden here.
That doesn't seem like a nice thing to do.
Nice? No need to hold yourself back, Danny. You can just tell it like it is. Their behavior was no different from bandits.
Well, if you don't mind, did the Grove ever rob Castrum Cramnos?
Whew. You've got me there. Some said you couldn't even find a dictionary in Castrum Cramnos, so I guess they were spared. There are too many books in the Library of Philia. Flipping through them all will take too long. Why don't we use the Biblioslate to search for the texts we need? We can bring them back to Akama for reading after that.
Agreed. This place isn't safe. We should leave as soon as we're done. There's still several more scrolls straying over this place. I'll gather them while you pull up those texts. This way, nothing will be overlooked. Covered in annotations from many scholars. Its title is The Art of Sophistry, 40 Ways to Improve Your Debating Skill. But that's not a book, that's a scroll. Just skim through it, and highlighted methods include virtual caution, false premise, contradiction conversion, conflating provocation and reality, misinterpreted punctuation, misattribution, and generalizing specifics, amongst other. Or scholar exclamation. A true eye-opener. The art of language knows no bounds. If I can't master sophistry, I can at least learn to defend myself against them as an honest man, and so on. The last report is when all cells employ brute force. This isn't going to be of any help, that's for sure. I mean, isn't that exactly what we do? These are complaint letters from scholars about Anaxagoras, the blasphemer. There's a thick stack of letters based on the dust accumulated and perfectly intact seal. The complainee did not even bother opening them and just chucked them aside into a corner. This is about Anaxa. I should read these. I see you should come have a look too.
Ugh, it's so dusty in here. Whoa. Are these all complaints about him?
But given how much of a narcissist he is, it doesn't surprise me.
I can already see what they must have written. Anaxa has no respect for the gods. His very existence undermines order in our society. They're probably all things like that.
You went on until you read them. Does someone else hold that much influence?
Why else would they call him the great performer? When Anaxa established his school of thought, the first thing he apparently did was read his own work to everyone. Are the Titans truly an accurate reflection of what humans think gods should be? Worlds created by gods are indubitably perfect, but what of Amphorius? Only foolishness and insensitivity everywhere you turn.
I mean, he's not wrong. An uncanny impersonation. What happened after?
They marched him straight to the seat of judgment before he could finish. Though what he took on in the end was more of a debate than an actual trial. He had to address every one of the scholar's allegations, or face expulsion from the grove. The first allegation was... Do you agree that since the Titans created the heavens and earth, so the mountains, rivers, and seas must likewise be their creations?
I mean, in a way, yes. I suppose to put myself in Anaxa's shoes and answer that. As stolen mist, the sea, the skies, and the earth are all beyond the shadow of a doubt creations of the time.
Anaxa would have probably been spared a lot of trouble if he had answered this way. Instead, he quoted past instances of the Flame Chase journey and posited that humans have the potential to take over the divinity of Titans. Needless to say, his critics didn't take kindly to his answer, so they followed up with a second allegation. You claim to be studying souls, yet you are, in fact, defiling them and committing acts condemned by the gods. Do you admit it?
A serious allegation. Did he really do that?
Anaxa always wears an eye patch, never removing it, even when alone. Some say he used one of his eyes as an alchemical ingredient.
Oh, he most definitely did.
Every being in the world owes their safekeeping to Kifili. And this is even more so for the Chrysos heirs who have divine blood coursing through them. If he has really done something of that nature, then it'd indeed be sacrilegious. Thankfully, they had no way to prove it, so it amounted to nothing more than an allegation in the end. One by one, Anaxa engaged in wars of words against those who would challenge him. Toward the end, a scholar asked him, Anaxagoras, have you any respect
for the gods. It was
No.
only after a brief silence that he answered. I have never denied that Titans are meant to be noble constructs.
What did he say? That the Titans are not noble? Rings louder in this case.
Yes. I'm not sure how that controversy was eventually resolved. But what's for certain, at least, is that Anaxa was allowed to stay in the grove where he continued his research, despite being regarded as a heretic. By the way, this stack of complaint letters has reminded me of a place in the grove. We may find clues there that aren't on the teleslate. I'm talking about Anaxa's alchemy lab, hidden between the cornerstones.
In the Grove's meticulous approach to archiving, could there really be such an oversight right under their noses? I wouldn't really call it an oversight. I mean, he is a heretic. He probably didn't want any of his heretical work being so easily accessible to sensitive minds.
It's a well-kept secret. Among the 7 sages, excluding the nominal chief sage, each has a private sanctuary where they can conduct research undisturbed in their free time. Even the administrators of the Library of Philia are restricted from accessing those places and documenting the sage's research. But with the grove in this state, I'm sure Anaxa won't be mad even if we sneak into the lab for a short while. Right?
He'll probably be most furious. Come on, you were supposed to stop right there. On. There we go.
This is the place, but where is everything? Materials for
seriously.
alchemical experiments, matrix diagrams, and even the seal to the lab. They're all gone. Did the Black Tide destroy it all?
I doubt it. No wonder we didn't see any different defense mechanisms along the way. Have you ever been here before?
No, not even close. Not only are alchemy experiments high-risk activities, but Professor Anaxa also has a penchant for using bizarre materials. Students often saw him walk in looking right as rain, but come out covered in soot with his hair singed. Naturally, no one dared to come near this place.
Maybe that's the thing, maybe he didn't use the seal or anything.
That bookshelf over there seems to be the only thing still intact.
Maybe that's not a book or scroll, maybe that's the handle in. When we pull that, it'll probably open a door or something. There's a material requested by an Exagorus, documented from various fields, have been compiled in one place, including Titan creation, the universality of the soul, alchemy doctrine, and so on. Most of the materials look to be within the research domain of the Nosporious school of thought. However, a document titled A Study of the Crisis Heirs background is mixed within.
What's going on? Anaxa is conducting research on our friends in Alchema and me?
Need to understand what makes them Chrysosers, maybe? How the Chrysosers is chosen? Journal contains several intriguing points. From the abyss of fate to Castrum Cremnos, I've seen many a Titan creation during my times in Amphorius. Lifeform creation by Circes can also be found in the grove. But fusing them with human souls through alchemical means, I can't even begin to imagine. NASA seems to hold special interest in the divinity coursing through the Chrysos Heir's veins, and has even conducted a thorough investigation into the hero's background.
It wouldn't have been so strange if he had focused only on Cassie, given her own curiosity about her origins. Plus, considering that the new sporists have crafted omnipotent medicines capable of curing diseases, it also makes sense that he would conduct research on immortal Chrysos heirs. But
like Mighty
now,
Motion.
it seems Anax's objective was never to create medicine, but to identify the origin of the golden blood and figure out its inner workings.
Through alchemy, Anaxa aimed to relieve the golden blood in the Chrysos heirs to a degree of purity equal to divinity. This must be what he means by close to true purity, but treating both Titan's creation and the human body as material to be used in alchemy experiments, that's rather extreme.
Danny, look at this. I have a bad feeling about this.
Okay, I'm actually gonna read this one. It may appear as incomplete judging from what's left behind. The important alchemical formula have been taken away. Only the author reason remains. The previous approach has flaws. Fusing human souls with Titan creation does not purify golden blood. Even pure Titan creations are contaminant to the Chrysos Heir's golden blood. Soul fusion between human and creation merely repair impurities in the soul or maintain a connection to dying souls. When creating myths tells us, that Chrysos Heirs and other creations were all made by Titans, their nature differs fundamentally. The Titans' creations are no intermediate product of an alchemical process, and the Chrysos Heirs are closer to the Titans than creation. In other words, I should not have considered Titan's creation equal to the Chrysos Heirs. The hypothesis I should focus on is one pointed towards the Titans themselves. Such rare chance to study Titans demand a meticulous selection of research subjects. Leaving Titan proved impossible to restrain, and dead Titan offers no insight worth pursuing. But dying Titans, they are the perfect research subject. That does not sound good. But that would mean Circes was dying. Only by understanding the fundamental of creation can we ensure perfection at the moment of everything's birth. Through my own hands, I will melt a Titan and reach the true essence of the soul. So that's what he was trying to do with Circes.
My biggest fear. It's come true. After going through his notes, I think I can piece it all together now. Anaxa was carrying out experiments on soul transmutation.
You mean he's trying to reconstruct human souls alchemically?
Yes, this is what he was secretly conducting research on. Something he had to keep hidden from others. Compared to his public speeches, this is the real blasphemy. Oh, I just thought of something.
What's from?
Do you remember when the Black Tide was approaching? The Grove had planned to send Cersei's core flame to a safe place. But an accident happened along the way, and Anaxa lost his life in the process.
But Cersei took over his body and resurrected him, which led to the situation we're on.
That's
now.
right. But what if Professor Anaxa's fusion with the core flame of reason wasn't an accident?
What do you mean?
Put
He
yourself in
didn't.
his shoes. Knowing that the Black Tide was closing in and your time was running out, what would you have done?
I put my theories to the test, no matter the cost.
Exactly. When the Black Tide came, the true reason Anaxa headed to the Luminary Throne was to transmute and fuse himself with the Titan's core flame.
Did he
No.
succeed?
Judging from how he reacted after the event, the results came as a surprise. Maybe he failed to consider the possibility that Cersei's would make a similar decision. The manuscripts detailing all the alchemical formulae have been taken away. His research is still ongoing.
That's probably now why Cersei's and Anaxa are technically sharing a body. Hang on, what's wrong with my laptop? Come on, Twitch, what's wrong? Twitch just be a bit of a piece of crap. It's not only not like maintaining my preview properly, but I just refreshed it and had a hard time just loading everything back up.
Like, what? There's only one Titan left in the world now. No. No way.
To conceive an entity of perfection, one must first understand the principle of creation. If Anaxa is in Akama now, then that means...
He's after Kefali.
Sir, this sky above us, it's not real, is it?
Of course not. This is just an image from a projection device used for educational purposes. A simple trick.
Yeah, but the imagery would have to come from
The
somewhere.
day-night cycle has been lost to this world. So that students like you may still learn about the night sky, astronomers have harnessed the Titan's miraculous power to manipulate the light, projecting the nights of the past here for you. Much like how the sky above the Holy City is also illuminated by Kefali's dawn device.
So, the skies of Akama are fake too.
You mustn't conclude that, Anaxa. You should know that only a child would expose a trick and be proud of it. Often people know more than they let on. They simply choose to feign ignorance because they have no other choice.
Always a choice.
Then they're just deluding themselves. People believe in Kefali's tale of Genesis, accepting wholesale whatever the priests preach. But we're different. We've already walked out of the firelit cave of ignorance.
Yeah, who is to say that the priests are not lying?
We have already realized that we live in a world where Titans make the rules. Even when we look at the sky, we're only seeing what they allow us to see. Rather than gazing at this mockery of a night sky fabricated by them for the rest of my life, why shouldn't I be the one to take control of the projection device instead?
So much time has passed since you sowed the seeds of doubt in my heart, child. Many a night, I find myself penning down all my theories and wild ideas, only to burn them to ashes when I open my eyes in the day.
Why? Because we'll face death by burning if word gets out?
As a sage of the Venerationists, my soul has already become inextricably linked to the Great Tree. Every word I say and every move I make is certain to influence every leaf, every branch, even the tree itself. But above all else, my days are numbered. Instinctively, I have my doubts about the golden blood and the human soul, yet I have no means of verifying them. The golden blood in my veins is woefully thin, and I am loath to waste what little time I have left obsessing over a hypothesis that cannot even be proven in the first place.
No, it cannot be proven if you don't try to prove it. If you're just giving up, then it won't be proven. At least he is at least trying to prove it.
I can, sir. I can do it for us. The time is right. Give me all that I need, and I shall accomplish this grand feat on your behalf.
You're right. I shall do just that. In the next meeting of the sages, I will spare no efforts fighting for the rights you deserve. Go. Establish your own school of thought. Find out what we are. Become the one who conquers the ultimate truths of the world.
Repeat Cersei's question is not actually Cersei's question, but his own question.
Child of humanity.
In his living memory.
You didn't go to such lengths for an audience with Kefali. Just ask him a few questions, did you?
So, you figured it out. If I were as foolish as a Dromus, perhaps I'd throw myself down and prostrate before their greatness, begging for the gods' prophetic wisdom. Well, sorry to disappoint, but I'm no Dromus. Alas, I am a human, standing tall on 2 feet, possessing both intellect and pride.
Before such power, does it make any difference whether you're a human or a Dromus?
I'm sure you're familiar with the story of the Styxians. When the raging waves threatened to swallow them, they didn't just give up and become sitting ducks. No. They constructed a dam that kept the roaring tide at bay, chaining down the mad Fagusa. They call me a blasphemer, Cersei, but that doesn't mean I deny the existence of gods. It's just, as I see it, Titans are simply a force that mankind has yet to find a way to tame.
Oh? If power that rivals the Titans is what you crave, why not conform to the prophecy and brave the trial?
Good point.
Why stop at harnessing the power of the Titans when I can do so much more? The source of life is what I wish to grasp, to understand what makes up the soul, and to learn what we really are. Thanks to you, I've had the chance to personally verify, in more ways than one, that the soul indeed ceases to exist in death. But where there is death, there is life. And where there is an end, there must also be a beginning. How then is a soul born? That was the only unknown variable left in my calculations.
And by the sound of it, you have already formed a conjecture.
No, I have already drawn a conclusion. In my journey unto death just now, I finally saw the answer with my own eyes.
Professor Anaxa, I'm here. His life hangs by a thread. I must ask you to refrain from taking any unnecessary steps.
Of course. I'll bring this to a conclusive end, and give you the answer you so desire. However, in accordance with the principle of equivalent exchange, I must also demand from you what I need.
Yes?
As you wish.
Don't you care to know what the price might be?
It's a matter of uncovering the truth about the Death Titan and his survival. This may be the only time I can ever save someone's life. There is no need for me to think twice.
I see. In that case, let the show begin.
Indulge me. Am I correct to say that you intend to prove Thanatos' whereabouts and prove the nature of our existence now?
Before I begin, I must confess I had been stuck in a cognitive trap all this time. As unrelated as these two propositions may seem at first glance, they are in fact logical equivalents. They are merely two different ways of telling us about what the soul is at its core. The reason I say this is as I've mentioned earlier. The answer was hidden in my journey unto death.
Anaxa, you were in the Netherrealm?
Yes, I am but a living dead man now, but that's not important. What truly matters is, I overheard a conversation between heroes. That's not all. Remember how I said you were a part of that conversation too, Circes?
And I've told you that I have no recollection of such an event. That was likely just an illusion conjured up by the mind of a dying man.
Of course you would remember. Because that wasn't you. That was Calypso. One of the 7 sages of the Grove.
Calypso?
Oh, she knows her?
Huh? Oh, that's the name I made up on a whim when speaking to this girl. How do you know of it? And surely you jest. Don't you think I, of all people, would know if that were the name of one of the 7 sages under the shade of my tree? Don't you claim to know the Grove's past like the back of your hand?
It seems you've lost even the memories seared into your soul. Use your head, Circes. Since all of this took place in the realm of the dead, it stands to reason their likenesses are of souls from the past. The living cannot step foot into that world, so who could they be? Think about Calypso. Why does she share your likeness, yet you have no idea who she is? The answer is evident, is it not? Those fallen heroes are the mortal incarnations of the Titans before their ascensions to godhood. The gods aren't master creators born out of thin air, and they are no different from humans, because they all evolved from one. Does this answer disappoint you?
Yes, because you've answered nothing. If I truly was once human, as you claim, then where do the children of humanity come from?
Even on the off chance that you speak the truth, this brings us no closer to grasping Thanatos' whereabouts. How are we to find them?
I knew you would say that, but it matters not. I know what I'm doing. Actually, why don't we have this supreme being standing before us tell us everything?
You can revive a Titan?
Humans cannot return from the dead. Neither can gods. But all we need to do is look at this from a different perspective, and the problem will resolve itself. The solution is simple. Just like what you did to me. If I'm reborn as Kefali, I can rebuild the world and all within it as they once did. Simple, is it not?
Something bad's gonna happen, isn't
I
it?
have news from Hyacinth and Danheng. Anaxa might be trying to do something with Kefali's divine body.
Kefali? But what could Anaxa want? Is the Council of Elders going to sit around and let such a sacrilegious act unfold?
That is not possible. He is indeed the great performer, capable of fooling anyone and everyone with his tricks.
I'm sorry.
No need for guilt, for this is good news to us. The Council of Elders has found themselves a traitorous ally. Anaxa's ambitious desires will be something we can exploit. What we should be doing now is to keep our eyes peeled for whichever trickery Kynes is up to, and react accordingly to thwart her plans. Being Akima's political center, the Demigod Council holds just as much significance as the Vortex of Genesis. Someday, after my duty is over, this site will take the place of the battlefield where you hunt gods. Become the next challenge you ought to overcome. Till then, it's best to get used to this place as soon as possible.
We'll be waiting here if we get news.
Preposterous! The Christos heirs only have their standing because of the Council of Elders! How dare they trample over it!
So those people are shooting daggers with their eyes.
It's been a while.
Little leg.
What is that supposed to mean? Is this really the sort of person that the young lord praised as a ferocious warrior?
It has indeed been some time, Lord Crateros. What brings you here in such haste?
Shh, keep it down. Be more vigilant. See those duplicitous dogs over there? They do the dirty work for Kynes. I've already ordered my people to hold them back, but we should still lay low. Unless you're itching for a bloody fight to get a workout in.
My bad.
Right, he's actually not wanting a fight.
Happen?
Did you hear thunderclaps last night?
It would be hard not to notice thunderclaps in broad daylight. Great Akron, someone's coming to save us.
Thunderclaps are beacon signals of strife. They are a message from the young lord. He threw a spear bearing several words at Akama.
Watch out. The Flame Reaver is back.
I guessed as much. We didn't actually kill them back at the Kremnos Arena.
I figured this is something you would want to know. We Kremnoans never back down from a fight. So if you plan to take that thing down in a battle, reach out to me anytime.
You have my gratitude. I will let Aglaya know about this right away.
Remind her to be on her toes while you're at it. That vicious Kynes has been unusually active lately. Those lackeys she keeps undercover have been going in and out of the city a lot more frequently these days. Some even seem to be getting Kremnoans to defect to the Council.
Get off the stairs! Out! How dare you! Don't place that!
That's...
Looks like you can see it for yourself.
We should get back. Thank you for the intel, Lord Crateros.
Well, back to playing as me. Mirror portal here should probably reactivate. Yeah, it is already active. Good.
By Catholic into Lenten above, as the Theoros I have observed. Virtuous citizens of Akama, fine Navides, Elysiae, and the Outlander are heading...
Aglaya, what happened here?
I know about the poisonous fangs of that king snake through the golden threads. In the past, I would be confident about keeping her in check, but I admit I am now unable to do so.
What do you mean?
It is no longer about eloquence or arguments. I have been a demigod for far too long, that I hardly have any humanity left. Before I realized it, I have become no different from these hypocrites, no longer capable of relating to the people. This has come a lot sooner than I expected. But perhaps it is time. I need you to step up, Finan, in order for me to retreat behind the scenes.
Yes, this is my duty, but...
It is far easier for the Council of Elders to fool many than just fool one person. Their so-called more support is no more than a ruse to distribute power using words instead of lances. There is no glory in winning this debate, but that makes having respect for humans so much more priceless. Finan, you are a Chrysos heir without flaw, capable of relating deeply with humans.
Not sure about that.
Appreciate what you've taught me.
He did fail the strife challenge.
I hope we'll live up to your expectations and win this debate.
Oh, you've done well, Lord Calictus. Let me take over and personally close this debate for today. Dearest counselors, let it be known that I sorely miss the blissful times portrayed in lyrical poems. Back then, Amphorius was home to nearly 1,000 cities, each with their own local faith, while gods walked the earth and shared close bonds with humans. Yet, in the present, people from all over are forced to leave their homeland to seek refuge in the holy city, where they hope to rest under Kefali's protection. All of us have long been in the same boat, with no way out of this plight. We didn't have a choice in the past, but now, the Council of Elders brings to the table a new possibility. All I have left is one question for you. Would you rather strive toward the unheard of Era Nova, or return to the prosperous Era Chrysia of our past? Make your choice. Now, which of the two would lead mortals to an ideal future?
I feel like I do need to weigh my decisions here. But then again, this isn't taking like the form of a debate that it usually does.
We all know that Era Chrysia is a thing of the past, Lady Kindness. Please, enlighten me. How does the Council of Elders plan to turn back time?
Let the three Titans of Calamity be born, and Era Chrysia is nevermore. But bring demise to those Titans, and Era Chrysia will descend upon us again. Know that the Council of Elders is never one to make empty promises. Look at who we have on our side. Anaxagoras, one of the Grove's 7 sages, and Castorus, Idonia's goddess of death. With the help of these 2 heroes, I can promise all of you that Era Chrysia will exist once more.
Aren't they Chrysos heirs? They're supporting the Council of Elders instead?
It's clear from the start that these heroes do not get along well in their group. All the more proof that Aglaya isn't fit to speak on behalf of every Chrysos heir. I am in favor of Era Chrysia.
Era Chrysia! Era Chrysia!
Castorus? Why are you standing over there?
You finally arrived, Anaxa. So have you, Cass.
Don't worry, Aglaya. Well, I know that you have many queries. Could you continue to converse like how the citizens normally do? Tell me, dear citizens. If we successfully retreat and return Thanatos' core flame without anyone passing the Death Titan's trial, what would happen next?
The answer is simple. We will have a chance to rid the world of death and bring Amphorius back to an era when all beings live forever. We'll usher in a new future that will be entirely different from the Flame Chase journey.
He's one of the 7 sages. That's impossible.
I really do believe this.
Your proposal is much too idealistic. As long as the Black Tide still exists, how can we go back to the old days?
Remember what I previously said? Kefali's core flame is guarded by the secret power of the Council of Elders. Plus, Pagusa's water curtain will be able to block out any external perceptions. Tell me, dear citizens, have any of you ever seen even a glimpse of the threat that this person is talking about anywhere within the walls of this majestic holy city?
Oh. Could it be that you heard that from the Flame Reaver themselves? Citizens, let's loudly sing the blessed hymn. Oh, beautiful old world, where are you now? Oh, legendary Era Chrysia, return to the mortal realm.
After the destruction of the 3 Titans of Calamity, the Flame Chase journey will have to end.
Era Chrysia! Yes! Yes!
This is bad. The masses are now totally riled up.
Anaxa, pray tell. Everything that you've mentioned hinges on the premise that we can find Thanatos' existence, right?
Thank you, Lady Aglaya, for still caring about this city. However, dear citizens, we are truly fortunate and blessed. For Castorus, Idonia's goddess of death, will surely find Thanatos under my guidance.
What?
Shut
With
up,
that, I solemnly promise that the core flame Lady Castorus brings back will be personally managed by the Council of Elders. Thereafter, if we are able to garner the support of all of you at the Citizens' Assembly, we shall spare no effort in ensuring that the Era Chrysia will return to our world once again.
With the balance shattered, the result is clear. Buy carefully into Lenten above, as the Theoros I have observed. Akama has chosen her destiny. The issue up for discussion at this Citizens' Assembly shall be modified to the suspension of the Flame Chase journey. This resolution shall be put up on the Wall of Heroes, such that all citizens are aware of the city's way forward.
Aglaya, dear Aglaya. What has caused your heart to soften? You also don't seem to be as quick-witted as before.
Wag your tongue as much as you like. Since the Flame Chase journey has been preordained by the prophecy, our failure has never been on the cards.
Well then, I guess we'll find out if that's true at the Citizens' Assembly.
Well, it seems that when I sent you to look for Anaxa, I unintentionally facilitated your partnership with him instead.
My apologies, everyone. I know that you have many questions to ask me. I will answer them to the best of my knowledge.
In that case, please tell us as much as you can.
What happened when you went to look for Anaxa?
In actuality, he showed me a past that was both long and heavy.
The reason I say this is as I've mentioned earlier. The answer was hidden in my journey unto death.
Anaxa, you were in the Netherrealm?
Yes, I am but a living dead man now. But that's not important. What truly matters is, I overheard a conversation between heroes.
Would I see things from her perspective now?
Have you heard of this tale before? A tale about the ocean god's treasured pearl. Our hometown. It was a seaside town which enjoyed the ocean breeze and glorious, peaceful times, thanks to the wisdom of its ruling queen. Until one day, an evil dragon descended upon the town. Its wings were large enough to blot out the sun, while its claws were sharp enough to rip the waves apart.
But here it looks like it's fighting against the dark
It barged into the tall tower and devoured the queen's beloved daughter. It even settled itself in her bedroom, like a tyrant king. The queen assembled 300 warriors who managed to subdue the evil dragon by chaining it up. However, when the queen slit open the dragon's belly, she realized that the princess had long since been digested, and all that was left of her was a pile of bones. Devastated, the queen wept for several days. It was then that a devious, smooth-talking scholar arrived at the palace and suggested that the princess could be revived through the use of dragon bone and dragon blood. That liar called this process the secret art of alchemy. The princess was reborn! The queen was overjoyed, blissfully unaware that the evil dragon's soul still lurked within the princess's body. As revenge, the evil dragon swallowed the poor queen, the glib liar, the courageous warriors, and all of the town's innocent civilians in a single gulp. Worse still, the souls of the deceased refused entry to the Netherrealm because they were filled with regret.
Forced to roam the mortal realm, these resentful souls ultimately converged into a river of souls that would not retreat for a long time.
I'm assuming that is Thanatos, that princess in question.
Terrifying death had consumed all. Thereafter, our hometown fell into ruin as well. Until...
Until?
Actually, I don't know what happened next either.
Oh my... It seems that you still like to whet people's appetites even after all this time, Pelixia. So, according to your story, this is how I used to look? It's practically a mirror image. And yet, what exactly is this?
A miracle that I created with alchemy. As for what it is and how I was able to accomplish it, I'll keep the answers to myself for now.
I mean, she can just go through your mind and see the
My goodness, is this cliffhanger really necessary?
She recognizes.
Quiet, Titan. Continue to enjoy this splendid play, and the truth will naturally reveal itself.
Dragon, huh? I've heard this legend before.
In that case, what do you think of it?
I think that this so-called alchemy was a tenuous analogy added to the story by future generations. After all, you've never heard of a tradition of alchemy in your hometown before, have you?
Indeed. Before I left home to pursue my education, I never even knew that anybody was looking into this area of study.
Therefore, we can just treat this tale as a fable told to young children.
A fable, you say? If so, what moral is it trying to impart to the kids?
I guess it might be the concept of equivalent exchange?
Oh? I thought the moral might be closer to something like honor the dead.
Huh.
What? At a loss for words?
No. I merely realized that we're both thinking of the same principle. If life is priceless, then there is hardly anything else in this world that is of equal weight to it, right?
Indeed. As expected of the wisest scholar in the land.
You flatter me. Why don't I ask you a question as well, as a form of equivalent exchange?
Of course. What is your question?
If I imparted my knowledge of the art of alchemy to you, would you use it to resurrect someone you loved?
What?
Probably.
What kind of strange question is this? I got it. You're just trying to get me to tell you whether I like anyone, right?
Let's just leave it at that. That was rude of me.
Almost definitely.
Yes, I would.
Oh?
Death is inevitable. In the days to come, I'm certain that someone whom I cherish deeply will leave me for good. If such a mighty power really existed, I think I would use it without hesitation. After all, you, me, and the rest will all have to face that fateful moment eventually. My time is finally here. However, perhaps because of my firm belief in the immeasurable value of life, I am unable to complete the trial.
You shall wither, and through that, the dead will sprout again from the remains, and be reborn with the dead flame.
And
it is a pity that fate is such a cruel mistress.
Is there no other way of interpreting those words?
I'm afraid that the meaning is clear. Between my sister and me, one must pay the price. Our trial can only be completed when the one chosen sacrifices her life. I'm afraid that the prophecy might even have selected a pair of twins for this exact purpose.
Oh, then that would mean Galaxia is... That would explain her why she looks like Castor so much. She's her twin.
Fortune makes fools of us all.
My sister is prepared to sacrifice herself.
Then how old is Castor then?
I can't do the same.
I know she's been around for a long time.
How absurd.
Way longer than
My
Aglaya.
time is almost up, but I'm still afraid to welcome death. What should we do? If I'm ultimately not able to make up my mind...
Since Chaos is willing to guide all of us and leave this trial to the end, there is still plenty of time for you to ponder.
That's right. Don't allow the fog of an uncertain future to cloud your mind.
Trial, prophecy, the topics that they're discussing seem familiar. But these three people must not have left their names in the epics. Otherwise, I would have some recollection of this.
Amphorius's history before the Titans were born was complete chaos. Is that not strange by itself? I have long held 3 hypotheses about this. However, let's continue watching for now.
Calypso, Polixia, and this warrior. I seem to have met him somewhere before.
Regarding this matter...
So she's from before the Titans and Castorus.
Nias, are you confident that you'll complete your trial?
Of course. Though, I am worried about what will happen once I've emerged victorious.
Yeah, he came out as Kremnos.
Looks like you have made up your mind.
Yes, this is the safest course of action.
Completely separating courage, honor, tenacity, sacrifice, and reason. You really know how to make things difficult.
Please, young lady, witness my fall and demise. Lady Calypso, you shall host the soul-rending ceremony.
I do not understand. Why would you dare to sacrifice yourself for a future that you won't get to witness?
Because this is our destiny. The power that resides within me is so intense that I will one day be engulfed by it. Furthermore, a valorous death before glorious return has always been the path I chose to walk. A journey I began long ago. If your sister or Chaos were in my position, I believe they would make the same choice as well.
I'm not that brave. I don't know how I'm supposed to face such a serious affair.
Despite being Death's chosen one, it seems you still don't know how to face it. Let's chat, young lady. Perhaps I shouldn't end my journey so hastily. Since there's still time, I'm not worried about letting fate wait a little longer.
Of course. This warrior is Lord Nias. As the embodiment of Nikador's divinity, he entrusted his life to us and allowed humankind to end his madness. That means that what I'm currently seeing before my eyes is, in fact...
Looks like one hypothesis of mine has already been proven true. These heroes are the true forms of the Titans, before they attain their divinity. If so, the chosen one of death that he speaks of is actually...
Polixia? Is the previous form of Thanatos? But her appearance...
If this is true, as long as we can find out where she went, we'll naturally be able to figure out the location of the Death Titan.
But before that, we first need to witness what ultimately happened to Lord Anias.
Actually, now that I think about it, how am I doing wish-wise? 829, okay, it's looking pretty good. I need to go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. I'm back, sorry about that. Let's grab the achievement while we're at it. I thought I had more.
Nikador's courage is a testament that they have never once retreated from a battle.
I've heard that these words are still engraved in Castrum Kremnos even today. It didn't occur to me that they were actually part of an alchemical formula.
Alchemy again.
Sealed within this statue is undoubtedly his sacrifice.
They use their own body as our city walls, keeping out and protecting us from the pervasive spread of madness. They are acutely aware that if the end times were to arrive, there would be nothing left in this world to conquer.
Reason.
Honor, courage, tenacity, sacrifice.
And finally, the only thing that remains is reason.
Cheer up, young lady. There is no need to shed tears over a glorious death.
All farewells in this world are sorrowful, Lord Nias.
No, young lady. As a warrior, I have witnessed too many bitter deaths. But now, all I feel is peace. I did not know until this moment that mortals could live their lives in such a way.
Although only a sliver of your soul remains, you remain so optimistic. Or maybe the truth is that you aren't able to feel sorrow anymore.
To be honest, I don't know either. But I am certain of one thing. This is not an acceptance of death nor apathy toward it. It's not even a feeling of despair. I am just enjoying what remains of my life to the fullest.
Enjoying?
Indeed.
Right before
Along
he
this
goes
journey that we've
becomes a
taken together,
Batman.
not only have I changed the world, I myself have also changed in the process. And now I have reached the journey's end. When I look back and see the grand epic that I've personally written, how could I not revel in that fact?
But when you depart the mortal realm, won't all of your accomplishments be reduced to nothing?
Which they did.
Separation and death are two sides of the same coin. Reconciling this doesn't come easily for a mortal.
Finally, let me recount to you a story of mine, young lady. The first time I returned from the battlefield, I felt extremely hollow. The calamity had devoured everybody on the battlefield but me. When I returned to the city alone, the citizens held a banquet for me that was far from pleasant. I felt as though I was still on the battlefield, and the person who had returned was nothing but an empty shell. It was late into the night by the time the banquet ended. My head still reeling, I returned alone to the barracks. On the way back, I encountered someone. It was a crazed scholar looking at the night sky and muttering to himself by the side of the road. Although I tripped over him and fell, I wasn't angry in the slightest. And maybe because I saw myself in him, I inexplicably asked him a question.
Probably another alchemist.
Do you think that it'd be better if we just died on the roadside like a couple of stray dogs? To my surprise, he shrugged his shoulders and sighed.
How does someone who is currently experiencing death, dying and living, afford the same amount of bliss? Now please go away and don't block my starlight.
Are you trying to say that there is no difference between living and dying? For they are both journeys that lead toward death?
That's exactly what life is, and death is, but a scale to measure how valuable the journey was. Journeys and epics are only glorious and magnificent because all things eventually fade to dust. Therefore, young lady, don't detest your fate. Instead, willingly and respectfully embrace it.
The embodiment of strife telling me about the majesty of the world.
Good point.
Indeed.
The irony.
I believe that when the fated moment eventually arrives, you will be able to understand my words. It is time for me to knock on death's door. I will set up a long table at the end of the road and humbly await your arrival. When that moment finally comes, let us drink and be merry then.
I knew this day would eventually come.
That's just the two of them.
Are the both of you ready?
Mm-hmm. Elixia. I'm here. What? This...
This is interesting indeed.
That was right. Cassus is pre-Titan.
Is this Polyxia's sister? Is it me? Now, it's time for us to fulfill our promises. Are you afraid? What are you afraid of?
That I won't be able to do it.
You shall wither, and through that, the dead will sprout again from the remains, and be reborn with the dead flame. As foretold in the prophecy, and according to our vows, once it all ends, we must face our fated moment head-on.
Even if it was prophesied, do we have no say in the matter?
Technically, yes, you do have a say.
It's so unfair. Why are we the only ones who are forced into mutual destruction? Let me do it, sister. Let me be death's sacrifice. I was never long for this world anyway. But you're different. I was the one who wasted your life after all.
How?
You're wrong, Polyxia.
She could have cared for Polyxia.
I don't think that my life was wasted. Just the opposite. When I finally arrived at this destination and looked back at the journey I took, I discovered that flowers had long since bloomed along the path I walked. It was you who sowed the seeds for this sea of flowers. One that is more beautiful than the promised land at the end of the world. Besides, I have lived a fulfilling life. Even though I was fated for sacrifice, none of the things that I've experienced will dissipate. Instead, they'll forever live on as memories inside your head. Will they not?
How could my memories of you ever compare to the actual you?
Well then, tell me. What exactly are we?
I don't know.
I don't know either. But regardless of what the answer is, regardless of how we're shaped by others, or even by this world, ever since we were born, the fact that we existed was predestined, and nothing could erase it. This is why I will always, always be by your side. We're twins, after all. All right, my dear Polyxia. It's time to extract my heart and light the flame of death. After that, use it to plant the first bud in the prophesied new world.
If I imparted my knowledge of the art of alchemy to you, would you use it to resurrect someone you loved?
Or that. She did, and she just brought her back in some way.
Death is inevitable. In the days to come, I am certain that someone whom I cherish deeply will leave me for good. If such a mighty power really existed, I think I would use it without hesitation. Even now, my answer remains the same. This is why, sister, I promise you, in the prophesized new world, I shall plant the first bud on your behalf. Go now. Return to the ocean god's treasured pearl, our hometown. I shall open wide the entrance to the Netherrealm and grant you a second life. The living beings on this earth shall respond to my call and lead you to the sacred daylight. Remember, do not look back on the land of the dead, and do not stop moving. In the new world promised by the prophecy, march toward your new life. As for the price of our equivalent exchange, let me be the one to pay it.
Everybody, we've come to the end. Unfortunately, I am not compatible with the Supreme Being, so I was unable to completely fuse their soul into my own body. However, being able to glean all this from them is exciting enough. I'm certain of this now. Before the Titans that we are well acquainted with were born, a group of heroes roamed the land. These heroes followed a prophecy and took possession of divine authorities one by one, until they eventually became the pantheon of the new world. Just like the flame chase journey of today, Amphorius's history is cyclical in nature.
What a startling revelation. This means that the demigods, who bear the core flames, will also become the new Titans at the world's end, thereby shaping a new world?
I believe that this is the truth behind the Era Nova, as mentioned in the prophecy.
This is utterly unbelievable. Besides, those twins in the past, even if they really are Thanatos, their whereabouts are still unknown even today.
Actually, no, they said they were...
Are their whereabouts truly unknown? Didn't Polixia mention that seaside town?
Yeah, that.
The birthplace of alchemy in the tale of the dragon. In our world, there exists a city which perfectly matches that description. Styxia.
But the people there worship Vagusa and bear no relation to Thanatos. I have also never been to that place, as in the time of Idonia, it had long turned into underwater ruins.
Take this.
This is...
the new Sporist masterpiece, the Philosopher's Stone. It was made by transmuting all of the sages' wisdom into a single entity, with their flesh and blood as its foundation. Remember? I've mentioned before that the art of alchemy is all about conversion, tempering, and ascension. This process also applies to the pursuit of truth. Regardless of how unbelievable this sounds, the truths of the world have been refined from the impurities. Think about the story of the dragon. This stone will lead you to your real hometown, allowing you to reform the door to the Netherrealm and discover Thanatos' fate.
You still look as confident in your victory as ever. But what if your conjecture is wrong?
Simple. I shall merely admit to the entire world that my experiment was a failure. However, my line of thinking will not fail, because I have already planted the seeds of doubt into the hearts of the masses. Actions speak louder than words, Castoris. With the assembly about to begin,
don't forget the promise you've made.
I've already searched for so long. I'm willing to try one more time. While we converse, his life is also slowly slipping away. But before I leave, I have another question. What exactly did we witness just now?
That was the world imprinted in Kefali's soul. If we are to prove its existence, you must take the final step. Go. Do not disappoint me.
I do wonder what his actual plan is.
I understand.
Assembly. Well, exposing him for what he did,
child of
that turn the assembly
humanity.
against him. After all, manipulating the soul is technically the greatest blasphemy they can
Don't
commit.
get antsy. I still remember the question you posed to me. As a scholar, I do not wish to offer up ambiguous conclusions. Let's discuss this topic again when she manages to find the evidence.
I merely wanted to ask, was that stone transmuted from your heart? If so, rebirth is no longer an option for you.
Why not? When I was a child, I lost someone dear to me. When I was a teenager, I lost my faith. A while back, although you saved my life, I also lost my soul in the process. Now I'm merely forsaking my body. What's the big deal?
Why are you always finding ways to die? Isn't it good to be alive?
Yes.
This is but a necessary sacrifice on my path to transform into the purest of them all.
Can someone who's dead even claim to be the purest of them all?
No, I haven't.
Furthermore, if your hypothesis is proven correct, does it not just confirm that the myths are true, and thereby invalidate all your theories?
No, it's just the opposite. If my hypothesis is correct, it means that I can actually ascend to godhood and reshape this absurd world that you all have created.
Something tells me we're gonna end up fighting that guy sooner or later.
A lot to take in at once.
Lady Aglaya, please, let me explain.
Go on.
You know that the core flame of death has always been the greatest unknown regarding the Era Nova, which is why both you and Kindness desire to gain the power to control that core flame in the approaching Citizens' Assembly. Professor Anaxa has come to a consensus with Kindness. They want to suspend the trial once Thanatos' core flame is reclaimed, hoping thus to eradicate death from this world. If they're successful, then the flame chase journey will cease, and Akama can enjoy everlasting peace.
It won't enjoy everlasting
But I know
peace.
this
Everlasting
runs
peace.
counter to your wishes. So long as we do not usher in Era Nova, the Black Tide will never be eradicated. Even with Lord Mighty on the front line, and the Black Tide not posing an immediate risk, the danger nevertheless remains. Honestly, it's difficult for me to assess the pros and cons in this decision. But someone must bring the core flame before we can begin negotiations over it. The Titan could be very near. I cannot let this chance slip by. Besides, someone has to make this trip to bring back Mr. Soul.
Well said. You already had every reason to seek an audience with Thanatos. It's that great performer who has weaponized your wishes and placed us in this difficult situation. A world without death. Do you desire that too?
I don't think so.
If fate dictates that my path must oppose yours, I will do all I can to resist it and protect what I aspire to achieve. Lord Mighty showed me that without taking the first step, all talk of what follows is moot.
Change. Should I just say smile?
I have always hoped to hear you speak your mind, Cass. And I am glad to have heard your true thoughts.
I still wouldn't trust her. I'm the kind of guy who really does not respond well to traitors.
Styxia.
I would not put my...
I visited that place in the past.
At that point.
Though it is now an island surrounded by the river of Souls Torrents, it's not hard to see its former splendor. Go. I will not stand in your way. As for you, you are someone who has cheated death. I believe you have more than enough reason to make the trip with Casterus and meet the god of death himself. Casterus, I too look forward to your journey. I wonder what kinds of new interpretations your completed story will bring to the Flame Chase journey.
Thank you, Lady Eclia.
I hate to put a damper on this heartwarming moment, but if Styxia is now an island surrounded by the river of Souls Torrents, then how do we find a way in? Lady Treby is probably...
What about fixing the cart?
The answer is quite simple. In the myths, Zagreus once made the domain of the dead their treasure vault. That is to say, they could enter and leave the Nether Realm as they pleased. And if they could do that, then it follows that the demigod who inherited their divinity must be capable of the same. I'll see you at Marmorial Palace at Action Hour tomorrow. Cypher shall be your guide to finding that ancient city.
Universal collection. Okay. Text. Let's grab this. Can't get more wood from this after all. Oh, hi, man. No, Travis' eyelashes are fluttering. Well, that's the look of someone lost in thought. Save for a bedtime story. So, no ending again. Let's go for a second. And love stories, but I adore them more when Trailblazer tells them. Just save you for before bed, alright? Come on, take my mouse. Now for Casterus. The one who technically just betrayed us. I'm not gonna touch anything because this goes on its own, and I don't read that fast, unfortunately. Those watching the VOD can pause it and read it if they want to. If they don't,
I have always lived in isolation. Out of courtesy, this is how I practice my words and actions.
Ow, I just hit my leg. Hold up. But we haven't met her. Why was she visible there? The cat girl. Oh, we saw that now, and it looked like an in-game screenshot put through a filter.
Though they won in fierce battle, the warriors were powerless to turn the tide. It was the embrace where death dwelled that gave early release from their pain.
That shows the place where I'll be visiting.
I must peer into all fates unknown.
Death is abominable in humans' eyes. Apart from my identity, there's nothing about me worthy of praise.
Ah, well.
No sure happened your
None
first until
can
she
know
betrayed us.
all things, nor be skilled in all crafts. Her works are too early for the living to comprehend.
Next one, and Naxa.
I saw the spell the professor carved on his body. It must be a power most secret, a means for one man to stand against 1,000.
This is why I don't bother reading it. That was too fast. How am I supposed to read that fast? I'm not touching anything.
Creation is the Titan's
Not
work,
even my joystick.
and slavery is the Titan's manacle. When imitating divine evil, there's no need to invest reason, most pinnacle. If it's just for odd jobs, students are a better gamble. For a wise one, 5 answers reveal creation's secrets, the truth hidden and bold. But a fool learns but not, and is left in the cold. Now, inquire.
Again, something we haven't seen, but that's from an animation we saw in the teaser. He is
panicked by the flow of time, for his work is yet done, yet to implement.
This man is too arrogant, and he intends to desecrate Orynyx's accomplishments.
This one. Trying to determine who that is. Can't really tell. I see. Oh, her.
Is this courtyard a tad too small?
It's okay, Clementine. As long as it provides warmth plenty.
Hyacinth. That one
Welcome
with
to the Twilight
Don
Courtyard.
Hong, for answers.
How can I help you?
The end times are coming, and we all wander more and more. Oh, you may heal our wounds, but you cannot cure despair.
Clementine, prepare some things of me. I want this place to be brighter tomorrow.
you here in Akuma for a visit, or do you need help from us?
I want some shining things, even if they're considered junk. Little ones, thank you for your light.
I'm quiet because I don't know what to say right now. I mostly just need to wait for this to go by.
Wow, there's light everywhere. What a warm place.
We're talking about Akuma, there's light all the time. There's no night. I would not be able to sleep after like that. Like if your eyes way to make the room completely dark in order to sleep. I'm happy for more of her skills, maybe in her ultimate. Everyone's stories are so deep. I can't keep up. The struggles to understand them. What is God exactly? In this case, omnipotent would not be the answer. I don't know what this word means.
Me.
Sounds so sad, doesn't it? That means they could never truly look forward to hearing the story, could they? But still, I don't quite get it. So let me ask in another way. There must be a difference between gods and us, right? Otherwise, why would anyone ever want to become a god? Just look at Anaxa, purely out of greed and lust for power. Controls. Could it be that we've already if it's because I was controlled that I made trailers, so then I suppose I wouldn't mind being controlled. As I keep asking, I only get more and more confused. Maybe I'll wait until I've grown a little more before discussing these things with Trailblazer. Way to go all the way up. Oh, this is the main thing I wanted. Since I have been opening loot, I might as well go here and grab.
If you're tired, just find a place to sit down for a while.
I wish there was another way out from here, though. Like, to take me just straight back to the room.
The taste of celestial ambrosia.
There we go. Not as many as I was hoping.
If you're tired, just find a place to sit down for a while.
1,000. Probably once you should start doing like single polls
Hey, friend.
for the best.
Is the debate finally over? Did you win?
Defeat in a matter of
What a
speaking.
glorious defeat. You sure know how to look on the bright side. Well, moving on. I was hard at work even while you were at the debate. I borrowed a mountain of books from Cass to see if I could find a way to solve your problem. Let's see. I still have only 32 books to go.
Okay, man. I found them.
Really? Oh, that's fantastic news.
In a manner of speaking.
I knew it. Hard work always pays off. Especially if you're as diligent as Mem. I feel like a huge burden has finally been lifted off my shoulders. Why are my eyelids so heavy all of a sudden?
Maybe from too much reading. See more we can do for now. Let's get some rest.
You're right. Then I'll go back to...
Oh, come on! I was hoping we could cuddle. Custom map with astonishing dexterity slips back into the secret little hideaway. Good night, ma'am. Good night, Akuma. It is night time now, right? That's a good question. How do you know when it's like quote unquote nighttime, like the time to go to sleep?
Cass? What a surprise.
Lady Treeby.
Is something troubling you?
I just wanted to speak to Lady Trian for a bit before I set off. No matter how breathtakingly beautiful Styxia once was, the place is now the domain of the departed. There is no telling what we'll encounter there. I don't want to have any regrets.
Has anyone told you that your eyes are sparkling today?
Is that a figure of speech?
In the past, when you did smile once in a while, all of us could see that your heart remained troubled even as you smiled.
Lady Treeby, you know perfectly well that see you tomorrow is nothing but a white lie. I hope your toughness is not a mask hiding a lonely heart.
Cass, you hardly ever talked of your past. None of us knows what you went through, apart from Maggie. But we know it must have been filled with pain and hardships, as it is the fate every Chrysosaur is destined to live out. We are just happy for you that the core flame you're meant to inherit has finally surfaced.
Isn't it a little too soon to say that?
Yeah, it most definitely is.
But you already know where tomorrow is, don't you? There is no need to rely on anyone else. Just give it your all and leave no regrets. We have always believed that your embrace is just as warm as everyone else's. Because we embrace others to comfort them. And Cass, you're the kindest Chrysosaur we know.
Thank you, Lady Treeby. This feeling... it's hard to put into words. I suddenly found myself with so many wishes. So much I want to accomplish before setting off.
Then go do it, Cass. Trian was actually working on a surprise gift for you. It's a pity she didn't get to finish it. But now Trinan and I are working on it, and we'll make sure to give it to you. So, let's meet back here when you return from Styxia. Safe travels. See you tomorrow!
Trudy's so innocent. Can't sleep. Who could it be?
It's me.
didn't wake you. Huh? No. No. I'm here because of private matters, actually. If it isn't too much to ask, I'd really like it if you could come along with me to retrieve something.
Well, we know we can't sleep, so this will make no sense. Yeah,
Aren't you going to ask me what it is? It isn't a long way from here. Shall we?
I'd love to go in and take a look. Have you heard? Seems like all the rules
Faith can dispel the black tide.
The streets are packed.
I want to vote! Tell me how I can vote!
Take your ceramic shard, engraved with the Kefali rune, select the Council of Elders in your heart, and pray silently until the shard registers your choice. Then toss it into the Dolium.
The Council of Elders? More like the Council of Buffoons! The Black Tide took my hometown long ago! Who are they kidding with bringing back Eracrysia? It's all a sham to create their own Eracrysia in Akama!
Yeah, that's true. That's exactly what they're trying to achieve.
The Titans are just. So long as we do not overstep our bounds again, we will not incur divine wrath.
Oh, please. The time when these deranged Titans should have vacated their spot to the demigods is long overdue. You'll see soon enough, you old fogey.
And I pray that Talanton smacks some sense into you with their scales. We shall see how this turns out.
That was quite a spectacle.
Just another peaceful day,
I suppose peaceful is technically correct if no actual violence happened. To this day, I still find it almost unreal that Akama is the only place illuminated by light amidst the crumbling ruins of Amphorius. And its people are even holding votes to reconcile differing opinions. This peaceful sight is making me forget that this is the end times. Before coming here, I had lived for many years in Idonia, a city of rime and frost. The people there were devotees of Thanatos, and were well known for their unique burial rites and traditions. Traditions that I played a major role in.
Because of the curse in you.
Yes. You now know me as the Mortician of Akama. But back in those days, I was Idonia's Maiden of War. I was trudging across the frosty plains on my own when the Idonians found me. They saw the curse in me as a blessing from Thanatos, and believed that my hands could correct the Eracrysia's mistake and lead them to meet the great god of death. They provided me shelter, but in return, I was expected to grant merciful deaths to war captives, prisoners bound for execution, and heroes alike.
Is that some sort of just executioner? Pretty much executioner.
Yes.
Well, some would embrace it because it's the end of their pain, though. Most likely those who do
No matter how
do not
kind
want
or
it.
cruel the means, nothing can change the essence of death. Taking away someone's life is never worthy of religious worship.
Of course not. It's horrible.
I can't do it. Their voices, they pierce my ears. The pleading, the thanks.
Ah, I know that feeling, child. I was once as lost as you are now.
Of course, I had to recycle.
But you
Another
must
small
respect
something
those
something
walking
more
towards death.
unique.
Just like
Probably
how
fair
you
level.
should respect yourself as the Holy Maiden granting humans glory and liberation.
In other words, these guys were a cult.
What you're asking me to do is no better than the task of an executioner. And yet you want me to respect myself. No matter the titles, I am still taking away human lives.
This won't be the first time that Edonia's fanatical nether warriors have faced death. On the contrary, recruits new to the battlefield often run away from their first fight. Death is the mightiest and gravest power in this world. The fact that you can wield it means you are deserving of respect.
That's such a twisted reason.
I say more fucked up than
Then let me tell you a story. In Idonia, the great swords commonly used by executioners are called Draconian, in memory of Drakon, an elderly executioner. The sword has 3 air holes along its body. If the sword is swung down swiftly and accurately, the holes would make no sound, and the executed would also depart this world quickly and painlessly.
Depends where the sword strikes. Not if it makes a sound or not.
But should the executioner have any hesitation, the holes would produce a piercing whistle. On that cue, the screams of the executed are sure to follow. Every executioner after Drakon is to hone their sword skills every day in preparation of future executions. Every swing of their blade must be more resolute than the last, for failing to do so will bring pain. Pain for the dying, as well as pain for themselves.
No. I can never get used to this.
And no one should ever get used to that.
You misunderstand, child. I am not telling you to get used to it. I'm asking you to consider the source of the dead's suffering, and use that knowledge to fortify your future touches with more and more determination. Go, walk with the dead, and love them as you love life. Then you'll no longer hear those noises.
Please, don't kill me. I don't want to die.
This is your duty. Remember, consider the source of the dead's suffering, then give them the respect they deserve.
Except he's not suffering.
Thank you. I beg you, don't listen to her.
If you cannot learn to accept death, then Idonia has no place for you. This is your last chance. Do it.
No! Please! I don't want to die! Please! I'm begging you!
Now it's not giving me a choice anymore. I would have probably stood for him and not
no!
an elevator at all. If it means living a place full of psychos, then so be it. Bentley takes the prisoners for flicker with fear. This body trembles uncontrollably. Is it because of fear, anger, and hatred? Or is it your so-called merciful touch of death simply a lie? The dark purple model spreads like petals across the death row inmate's face. Then seem to be submerged by spring water, flooding his body. His trembling ceases and his cries had not once begged for mercy, slowly turning to sing a sigh like whisper as he murmured to himself. Quickly everything falls into a dead silence, turning into a pitch black dew that scatters with a wind. You hear your own heartbeat drown out the sounds of heavy breathing.
May you gain some insights through his sacrifice.
How about we touch you this time? Hmm? See if you like dying.
Is this all?
No. Come with me. This is just the beginning of your life as the Maiden of War.
You executioner!
We still have that healer. I might as well make it completely. Oh, I cannot edit that team. Well then, let's edit it from here. Either way, I believe I did need to edit anyways.
Don't worry, little Cass. Trivia is pretty amazing.
And release. There we go. I'll keep Gallagher on for now.
Holy Maiden!
Go. Grant her glorious death.
That door probably won't open until I do so.
Thank you.
Do it then, executioner.
You heard him.
All they have to just attack God.
I curse you to live in eternal pain.
Please, grant me release.
You know what to do.
When will this ever end?
Well, at least you're next in this one.
Come. Fulfill your duty.
What are you trying to do with me?
Ah, have aged. The time has come for me to heed the summons of Thanatos and journey to their domain. The final resting place of every Idonian.
You're not that old yet. You still have many, many years ahead of you.
No. I'm already dead. For I have come to fear my declining health and impending death. Ah, Castoris. Will you give me one last chance to charge towards fear and prove that I am no coward?
I can't take this anymore!
Child, it was I who brought you here, from the frosty plains, and set your farcical fate in motion. It was also I, Chief Executioner of Idonia, who forced the heavy duty of executing others onto you. I've always known that you have doubts, and even anger about my faith. And
even
about
hatred.
me.
I never had a choice.
You always had a choice.
Indeed. We essentially abducted you. Yet you can end any sinful life with just a touch of your fingers. Shouldn't it be easy for you to escape from here?
I'll never do that. It doesn't matter how lightly the Idonians take death, or how readily they accept it. I simply can't do it.
I knew I was right about you.
What do you mean?
I've taught you and cared for you as my own daughter all this time because of this blessing that's been with you since your birth. I know no one else in the world would understand the weight of life and death more than you do. In the eyes of an Idonian, death is the end of all life. A destination we will all eventually reach. Humans should not resist it, but learn how to face it. You can only live your life to the fullest after understanding this principle. And when you do, even if you eventually leave Idonia's protection, even if you must carry the curse forever, you can live with your head held high, like everyone else.
No! How can I?
Come now. It's time. I've already taught you all that I know. Show me that you are a fitting holy maiden. Or at least, that you possess the resolve to become one. Come now. It's time. I've already taught you all that I know. Show me that you are a fitting holy maiden. Or at least, that you possess the resolve to become one.
Emerge from your cocoon. Protect us!
Life's like a good brew, my friend. Indulge yourselves!
As you wish.
In the mood for another beating?
This was the last time I followed her command. I gently touched the elderly woman before me. The executioner, who had seen too much death, died the same way as everyone else. A gasp for air, a wistful look in her eyes, and a barely perceptible tremor in her fingertips. Elder Amonette, the person who tried to teach me about death, ultimately vanished like dew in the morning mist. She spent her life embodying the beliefs of the Idonians, and when death finally came, she embraced it exactly as their doctrine had taught. I have nothing but respect for her. I erected a cenotaph in her honor in the marshes outside Idonia's city walls with the others I had laid to rest. Then, I set out once more in search of Thanatos. It was a long, long journey. I heard so many discussions about death along the way. Life finds meaning in death. The world improves because there is an end. It seems the most terrible darkness in this world. Everyone talks about its heavy weight. Some resist it, some worship it, and some even revere it. How did a disappeared titan become the deepest fear of humankind? And why do they haunt my dreams? I continued my travels to seek an answer. Initially, I was running away. Then, I started searching for it. And now, at the end, I just want to know if my touch, if my embrace, can do more than taking things away. Can I make anything? Can I leave anything behind?
I don't want to die. Please, I fucking use this. Let
I
me
did
go.
not expect a fully animated cutscene.
Please, I don't want mercy like this. Just let me go. I need him. I don't.
I hate these icy hands.
Get it over with. End its suffering.
Why couldn't they make a model for looking like that?
The Reaper has blessed your hands. Only you can grant them peace.
I can see this being torture for her.
death walk alongside it.
They tried to run away.
Is that you, Castoris? All of them
Oh, that's a little
have
girl.
gone, heeding death's summon, crossing into their domain. I must go too. I don't fear it, just I have some regrets. Watching people leave this world again and again, it must be lonely for you.
And painful.
You must want to desperately embrace them before they go.
I can't. These hands, they're too cold.
But Big Sister Castoris, your hands are so warm. Just like anyone else's. So go on. Don't hold back.
Give me a warm hug.
This is sad. This is really sad. Poor Castle really had to go through a lot of shit.
Can hands like these really be warm? On the day that Orynyx's trial ended, you must have had many questions. I felt just as confused. Why, as someone from beyond the sky, were you so cruelly dragged into Amphorius's fate? I wished I could take action, but no matter how hard I try, I cannot simply interact with the living as ordinary people do. Even when we brushed against each other unintentionally in the grove, and it was obvious that nothing had happened. When an almost unattainable hope finally welled up in my heart. When I thought that perhaps my touch would no longer bring sorrow, fate declared to me, it wasn't that the curse of death had finally been lifted, but that your soul no longer belonged to this world. And there was nothing left for my hands to take. Nothing. And did I really think this time would be any different? It's not that I don't understand this reality, just that I'm unwilling to accept it. Having walked such a long road, I am still unable to find the answer to life and death. I am resigned to eternal despair. Anything I wish to hold on to, death will inevitably wrest from my grasp. From that moment on, I lacked the courage to confirm it again. Until Orynyx laid bare the cruel truth before us.
That we are actually dead.
But now, perhaps I might have one last chance. Long ago, Trinan read a prophecy to me. At the end of the Sea of Flowers, the souls of the living shall warm thy fingertips, and after an embrace, there shall be eternal separation. I found no surprise in it, for her words sounded not like a foretelling, but a perfect reflection of my past. Embraces in this world are born of reunions, yet my touch speaks only of farewells. In that moment, I had no doubt that this destiny would weave itself through the entirety of my life. And yet, things have taken a turn for the better. Now that I can finally have an audience with Thanatos, perhaps I can rewrite the meaning of that fated prophecy. I have no reason not to give it my all. For your sake, and for my own.
At least she's still trying to save us, even though she's pretty much screwing over the entire Flame Chase journey, and pretty much everything she fought for while helping Aglaya. Let's go with this.
With that, I won't have any regrets. Let's put that aside for the moment. We've arrived. I want to retrieve a small gift I specially prepared for you. I made it myself, like the trinket I gave Lady Trian. I want to leave something for everyone, if possible. The journey to seek an audience with the Death Titan cannot be an easy one. I want to make full use of every moment I have before we depart, so that I don't have any regrets.
Sounds kind of ominous.
Then, perhaps you can have a look at it first. You don't have to take it if you don't like it. Look, it's right there.
Uh-oh.
Huh? Where did it go? What's going on?
Like someone left something behind. Let's get us expensive. Control us, phantom thieves.
This is
A phantom thief.
the coin of Zagreus and a slate. So it's her.
Who, Aglaya? Really a kitty thief.
No doubt about it. This is her favorite symbol. It's a Lady Cipher, the demigod of Zagreus whom Lady Aglaya had spoken of. She's a master thief who's left legendary tales all over Amphorius.
Apparently not good ones.
So many years have passed, yet she's still announcing herself in such a crass manner. Let's just do as the slate says and look for Lady Cipher.
Let's see, okay, here it is. Visit the memorial market where there lies the golden short spear I've left. You know what to do. It shall guide you to me.
Look, it's right there.
Yeah, I'll have to do that for some other time. Hang on. No, it's an easy one. Probably don't have much other options there. How much do I have? Okay, about how much pity do I have? Another 20s I do will wanna be in the record. Maybe it is. Let's see. Yes, it's already in apparently. That's, if it works. 10, 15, 20, 25, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60, 65, 70, 75, wait, what? Did I get heart pity? Since I'm hitting heart pity here. Let's see, I get 6 with these. Here. I'm gonna get 2 more from here. Might as well. That puts me at 9. I don't have any more in the Ember Exchange. Achievements? No, I do not have any more achievements. Okay, this by the time I come back it's gonna be over. Let's do some single pulls and hope I get Casterus. And not lose my 50-50, honestly. It would suck if I do. Not it. Wait. Come on. That's so much pity. Okay, that's definitely 5 star right there. Come on, give me a waifu. Give me a waifu. Ended up hitting hard pity. Come on. Come on, give me a waifu. Okay, we're gonna end this room with a good note. We managed to get the waifu. Now, unfortunately, I do not have any more pity. At least I had to get her pity, but I got her. Harley, I cannot pronounce it, sorry. I'll just say Harley. I'm doing okay, happy that I was, while doing single polls, I was able to get her, because I only do this once a week, and she's gonna be gone by next week. But like I said, I had like 90 pity pretty much there to get her. Ah, but it went all the way to hard pity on this one. But I got her. Thank goodness I got her. I can end the stream with a good note because I've been going for 5 hours and I should have ended the stream about half an hour ago. Too bad I won't be able to pull for anyone here, not the Fuge nor Zhao Cho. The Fuge would probably be my #1 choice. I don't have any pity. I know I'm not gonna get her with any single pulls anymore. We got 5 here. I'm pretty sure I don't have any pity here. Don't know how if they should. Yeah, no records because I've never pulled for Lycons. Did I like? Yeah, no, I never pulled for Lycons. I have no pity here as well, so I'm not getting this one. I'm gonna have to work on figure out a good Lycon for her. I'll figure that next week. For now, let's give her what levels we can. I mean, next time once I'm done with this side stuff, I can
light is
grinder.
coming in.
Well, not exactly side stuff, but more like I'm locked on this quest. Once I do the whole looking for the cat thief, I'll grind her. I'll grind this, I'll grind her artifacts. I mean relics, I do have some, I don't know if any of them will work. Also my brain's gonna have to do math or something because I need to be sure about how many I need in total. I do it in one go. 23, 10, 30. Which I know I cannot get the last one.
Oh.
This is 70 is my max level.
Oh.
Yeah, 70 is my max level. So I'll need a total of 30. That's gonna be a lot of grinding I'll have to do. I'm not gonna lie, this thing is badass. Unfortunately, I could several to do a good what's the one I'm looking for? Synergy. Increase the wear speed by 6% after wear user skill. Increases damage dealt. Allies at 8%. 3 turns. Increase the wearer's attack by 16% after wearer uses ultimate. Increase the basic attack damage dealt by the wearer and their memo sprite by 20%, lasting for 3 turns. That might be my best option right now. Because I have nothing else for remembrance. My only other one is currently on the Trailblazer, which I think I'm gonna leave it on him. Just this increase the wearer's crit damage when the wearer memo sprite uses an ability. An ally target increases the damage dealt by all targets 8% less than returns. For now, let's equip that until I can get my hands on a better one. don't have any of these, unfortunately. I'll have to grind those as well. If I remember correctly, I believe she scales with HP? Yeah, she scales with HP. Her animation is awesome. Yeah, definitely go for HP build. Alas, let me switch overlay while I close down the game. This is gonna be it. Like I said, I actually went to bed about half an hour ago, and I need to get some rest. My brain's really slowing down. I'm almost out of water. It's like 2:35 in the morning right now, and there's no more caffeine in my system. I burned through all of it. Not there was much in my head, even though I had coffee. I have been doing some other things before I started stream. Still have a few things left to do. Hopefully I can have them ready for next time. Amongst those, I still need to make a certain video. I haven't had time, which really pisses me off. I haven't had time to make a video I need to make. But hopefully I can do it tomorrow. So that is gonna be it for tonight's stream. I hope you all enjoyed it, and I hope to see you all next time. Good night, everyone. Bye bye.